Town Hall. I'm Rich Thomason. We will be hearing from the nation's highest court later this morning.
The Supreme Court scheduled to issue the final rulings of its 9-month term. One of the outstanding cases involves President Trump's executive order to limit birthright citizenship. At issue is babies born to parents who are not in this country legally. Another closely watched case involves transgender athletes. The High Court weighing the legality of laws in Idaho and West Virginia that bar transgender athletes from competing in female sports. Laura Winters reporting.
In Venezuela, it's a race against time for search and rescue crews hunting for survivors of last week's devastating earthquakes. BBC's Will Grant.
Most family members waiting for their missing loved ones to be pulled from the rubble increasingly accept that the chances of that happening are extremely slim. There have been a series of moments which have raised the spirits of the rescuers and the nation alike, from babies and small children being reunited with their desperate parents, to a man being recovered after spending more than 100 hours under tons of concrete slabs and twisted metal. The government is being roundly criticised by the relatives for what they see as failings in launching and then coordinating the emergency response.
SRN News and our parent company Salem Media partnering with Christian nonprofit Food for the Poor to rush emergency aid to victims of the earthquakes. Listeners who'd like to help can find an online banner top of our website, srnnews.com. Record heat is settling in from the country's midsection all the way to the northeast. Dangerously high temperatures and humidity expected right into the July 4th weekend. All the usual warnings are in place. Stay hydrated, stay as cool as possible, and don't forget about neighbors and pets. On Wall Street this morning, the Dow futures up 86 points. NASDAQ futures better by 22. More on these stories, townhall.com.
If you're driving a car with an expired manufacturer's warranty, that's like walking on thin ice. Just one breakdown away from cleaning out your bank account or maxing out your credit cards. Ludacris here. Don't get blindsided with a big auto repair bill. With an Endurance Auto Protection Plan, you've got options. If your ride is under 20 years old, no matter what the mileage, they can get you covered for all the major stuff. The engine, electrical system, transmission, AC, and more. Endurance will even pay the certified mechanic of your choice directly. And your rate stays the same no matter how many claims you file. Every plan includes perks like 24/7 roadside assistance, towing, battery jumps, fuel deliveries, tire changes, and more. Act now and get a full year of elite benefits, a $2,000 value free. Ask yourself this: who's going to pay for your next auto breakdown, you or Endurance?
For your fast free quote, call 800-364-0384. 800-364-0384. 800-364-0384.
Coverage varies by plan, view contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com.
Britain's newly unveiled defense plan looks to the future. It's a plan that's brimming with cutting-edge tech.
Self-flying fighter jets, uncrewed submarines and drones will be at the centre of Britain's future military under a defence plan being announced that reflects a world of conflicts transformed by technology. The defence investment plan has been repeatedly delayed as military leaders and Treasury officials in Britain wrangle over the cost of equipping the country for an increasingly dangerous world. Like other NATO nations, the UK is under pressure to increase defence spending to counter a more aggressive Russia and a less reliable US. The government says the spending plan has been refocused in the past few weeks under new Defence Secretary Dan Jarvis. That includes a bit more money than the $18 billion former Secretary John Healey was offered. I'm Charles de Ledesma.
The UK has watched how drones have transformed war in Ukraine, which uses 200,000 of them a month to defend against Russian forces. News and analysis, townhall.com. It's a thing to do in the Central Alps, even in the midst of a punishing heat wave.
Yodelers at a festival in Basel, Switzerland, turned city fountains into rehearsal spaces during Europe's June heat wave. From Friday to Sunday, singers and Alphorn players performed throughout the city. Spontaneous yodeling echoed through restaurants, surprising diners who later joined in. About 12,000 performers and nearly 200,000 visitors attended the festival. This year, fountain rehearsals became the festival's defining image as the city battled record temperatures. The festival included yodeling, Alphorn playing, and flag-throwing competitions. Keith Peters reporting.
It was on this date, back in 1958, the Senate passed the Alaska statehood bill. Alaska joining the Union January 3rd, 1959. 49th state, followed closely by Hawaii. More on these stories, townhall.com.
For the first time ever, we're bringing you My Pillow mattresses and mattress toppers for as low as $99.98. Remember, sleep's all about temperature and pressure points. Whatever sleep needs you have, we have the right technology for you. Like our My Pillow mattress topper, our queen size has over 10,000 individual comfort supports to help relieve your pressure points. And how about our 3-inch Hybrid Plus mattress topper? It's infused with copper and silver to help your body get the restorative sleep it needs. And our My Pillow and Case Coil mattresses, I personally helped develop these mattresses to make sure they have everything needed to give us great sleep. Plus, they're made right here in the USA, and they ship right to your front door, absolutely free.
Go to MyPillow.com or call 800-854-0504 and use promo code Godzilla to get MyPillow mattresses and toppers for as low as $99.98 and free shipping.
Trouble concentrating or recalling information is frustrating, embarrassing, and kills productivity. Nutrition company Healthy Cell created Focus and Recall to boost your brain power. Unlike other supplements that don't work, Focus and Recall is not a pill. It's a gel you swallow with ultra absorption of science-backed ingredients to help you immediately sharpen focus, concentrate longer, and strengthen recall. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order. Risk-free. Love it or your money back. Guaranteed. Healthycell.com. Code Godzilla.
This is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Solti. We got a wonderful email from one of our customers up east named Joe, and here's what he had to say. I started taking Solti almost out of desperation with little hope because I was resigned to the futility that although I was up to taking 2 statins a day, high cholesterol was something I just had to learn to live with. In fact, when I turned 60, after taking a stress cardio test, my doctor called me on a Saturday, which of course is never a good sign, and told me that I was clogged more than 95% of the people my age. I had an angioplasty and a stent procedure done at that time. Today, my stubborn triglycerides are only 1/3 of what they had been before starting taking Solti. My prescription statin dosage has shrunk from 60 milligrams to only 10 milligrams a day. My primary care doctor that I have had for many years still can't believe the results, and neither can I. Thank you, Solti, for providing such a wonderful product. And folks, I want to invite you to take care of your heart also by going to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. Use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% discount on your initial shipment. Thanks so much.
Hey folks, Al Green here for SatPhone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need SatPhone. SatPhones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your SatPhone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your SatPhone. Call now.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
Happy Tuesday morning, listening family. A little bit of a smoother start to the morning for me today than yesterday. In any event, you're listening to the John Fredericks Media Network. I'm Dan Hobgood. How about a look at weather and sports? Let's start, as we always do, with where I am in Richmond, Virginia. Looking at a high today of 91 degrees, a low tonight of 70. Right now the temperature is 66. The Squirrels begin a road trip to Harrisburg. First pitch between the two teams at 6:30 tonight. Moving on to the nation's capital. High today in Washington of 92, a low tonight of 72. Right now the temperature is 71. The Nats fall to the Bo Sox at Fenway Park. last night, 6-3. They'll face off again beginning at 7:10 p.m. In Atlanta, the Braves will welcome the Cardinals into town for a series beginning tonight at 7:15. A high in the meantime this afternoon of 92 degrees. A low tonight is 75. Right now, the temperature in Georgia already 79 degrees. Nashville, you're looking at a high today of 99, a low of 75 tonight. Right now, the temperature is 74 degrees in Middle Tennessee. Sad news for Titans Nation as former Tennessee running back Chris Johnson shares a diagnosis of ALS, which already has progressed so much that he is no longer able to speak. Better news for you, Philadelphia. The Pirates won last night, 11-7. Did I say better news for you? I meant better news for me. Anyway, the high today in the city of brotherly love will be 92 degrees, a low tonight of 72. Right now, the temperature is also 72 degrees in eastern Pennsylvania. Morgantown, you're looking at a high today of 93, a low tonight of 74. Right now, the temperature in By God, West Virginia, 71 degrees. And in the 412, a high today of 95, a low tonight of 77. Man, that's not that low. Right now, the temperature is 72 degrees in Pittsburgh. First pitch tonight for the next game against Philadelphia at 6:40 p.m. And reminder, all you fellow football fans, this is the last day of the last month without football as NFL training camps commence in July. Hey, bringing you today's weather and sports update is the Godzilla Wins radio show. For the best analysis, insight, and picks, watch and listen to Godzilla Wins Saturday mornings from 9 to 11 all across the John Fredericks Media Network. Plus, to get John's daily sports picks, go to you-know-where, GodzillaWins.com. Once again, that's GodzillaWins.com. This has been Dan Hobgood for the John Fredericks Media Network. Outside the Box with the Ox is next, followed by the one, the only, the John Fredericks Show. Stay tuned, everyone.
Fighter jets flying overhead, Lee Greenwood singing, President Trump speaking. The Great American State Fair opened in Washington, D.C. over the weekend. Though ABC Channel 4 published Trump's assertion on Truth Social, quote, the crowd was incredible last night, packed to the brim. At least 45,000 people were there, with a huge television and live online audience. Yet the Daily Beast headline, fuming Trump unravels over his empty fair. The Washingtonian, Trump's state fair was bleaker than I expected. Depending on what media you consume, you're getting different narratives. This is, as usual, a bold move for the Donald, especially in the heart of a 700,000-person epicenter of only 5% Republicans, feeling shortchanged for centuries by not being an actual state. So much so, they have it on their license plates. Websites are devoted to the demand for statehood, channeling hypothetically what we may hear from President Trump now from outside the box. To the fine 95% of Democrat and independent citizens there, statehood, you say? After 45 other presidents blew you off for a trial run, I gave you a state fair, fixed all of your fountains, cleaned the big pool, and stationed police all over the city so you can walk around safely again. For that, your media widely promotes that you didn't show up, repolluted the water, and called me a Nazi while killing one of your own protectors. Come back in another 250 years and we'll see if you're ready then.
Now I hope and pray that I will, but today I am still just a bill.
Here outside the box with the Ox in the Eastern Time Zone and now in West Virginia on the John Fredericks Media Network.
John Fredericks.
It is the most egregious thing I've seen in a lifetime.
President Trump.
The whole thing is ridiculous.
When politics start getting wild.
They want to have every single thing that you don't want. Raise taxes, men and women's sports. They're going to open up their border.
Trump hits the speed dial.
Thank you for calling in on such short notice.
You came first, John.
Wake up with the John Fredericks Show weekday morning, 6 Eastern, 5 Central on JFMN.TV, the massive J-Fred Radio Network, and all across the socials.
You came first, John. Thank you very much, and you do a great job.
Right now, download the new WV Sports Nation app from the Apple Store or Google Play and get the entire Mountaineer sports world in the palm of your hand. Right now, get notified when new stories drop about your favorite Mountaineers teams and athletes. Download the WV Sports Nation app right now. Get updates on next level Mountaineers like Weatherholt and Joe Mazzulla. All that and more right in your pocket right now. Download the new WV Sports Nation app from the Apple Store or Google Play. Download the app right now.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's the John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who always says to lace 'em up and lace 'em tight, John Fredericks.
Well, great to have you with us on the John Fredericks Media Network. Yeah, you better lace them up and lace them tight because we are ready to rock and roll. Great to have you with us. I am your Godzilla of the truth in America, your Oracle of the deplorables at your service. Coming to you live from the nation's capital, the most beautiful, safest, cleanest city in the United States, Washington, D.C. Hope you come for our July 4th holiday weekend. We got fireworks, we got flyovers, we got fun, we got fairs. It is going to be so much fun. Come and check us out. Have fun. Bring the fam. This city is so safe. You come to the got to come to the State Fair. It's absolutely spectacular. And thanks, Ox, for that little shout out for us. And it is the fake news that it depends on what you read. This is how ridiculous the news media has become in this country, and why you just got to tune me in every day, because everybody's lying to you, right? You got 6 networks telling you the crowds are horrible. You got another 6 telling you they're bursting at the seams. Well, I'm going to tell you the truth. They're pretty good size. They're average. It's hot. It was rainy, and it just started. So where are people going to come on the first day? So I thought the crowd size was adequate, and it's only going to grow over the next several days. I got a lot of friends that I know coming in, Dan, one of them, over the next several days to see the State Fair. But this is it. Fake news, baby. Truth and clarity right here. And thanks for joining us today, as always, on the John Fredericks Media Network. Now, remember a couple things. This is your show, your community. We do this for you, right? I don't like getting up at 3:45 every day. I got better things to do with my life at 68. But I'm here so that we can provide you with a community, with space, with the opportunity to be empowered and get challenged and ask questions and push back or get pushback. Whatever it is, this is a community that we've created for you. This is not about me or my narrative or what I think. It's about what you think. That is the beauty of this show. It's one in a kind. Our whole network is different than anybody else out there. We know our lane, and we're in really good shape. News, talk, sports, baby, right here. This is where you get it on the John Fredericks Media Network. And thanks for joining us today. I really appreciate it. Friday's a day off for our company, so we got a short week coming up, so I'm excited about that, and get another day to spend with the fam. Joe's home, so he's not pitching this summer. This is the first time he's not pitching this summer in years, so he has to do rehab every day, so they wanted him to stay at the on campus, but he's 8 metro stops away, so it's the same thing. I mean, he goes there in the morning, gets back at 5 o'clock, like a job. He's got stuff to do there in his rehab, but it's great having him home. And, I cherish every day because I know the window is short. So let's see what else is going on in the fam. We got Joe's girlfriend, the soccer player. She's junior soccer player, D1 soccer player with the University of Maryland, Fear the Terps. Ella is coming for dinner tomorrow night. So we're excited about that and get a chance to see her again at her summer soccer is over. She starts, they think they start in the middle of July. They start back practices because that's a false sport, right? Soccer. Yeah. So they start back. So she's getting back, dinner with her tomorrow. So that's going to be fun, her and Joe. And everybody's doing fine. Good to have you with us. Hope your families are doing well also. So once again, we get kicked in the teeth by the by the Barrett Roberts axis. That's really what it is. It is amazing that they vote as a team. Like the 3 liberals always vote as a team because they're libtards, right? So you expect that. But this is the Roberts the Roberts Barrett axis. Like there's never 5-4 or it's always either 6-3 or 5-4. 6-3 or 5-4 their way. It's never 5-4 our way because they vote the same way. What do? Like have a meeting and decide we're always going to vote the same way? I mean, think about it. When is the last time Barrett and Roberts didn't vote the same way? They vote as a block. So basically they have decided as a block, I'm going to call them out. They've decided as a liberal bloc to block the conservatives. Because if they were divided 50-50, 50% of the things that doesn't pass, that the 4 conservatives vote for would pass. So they vote to stop the conservatives. It's like a coup.
It's like a Supreme Court coup on these mail-in ballots. I mean, allowing mail-in. What is the deadline? They don't even have a deadline. Yes, as long as they're postmarked by Election Day, you can receive them up to what? A month later? Like a year later? They didn't even put a deadline on it, right? The mob intimidates these people. And so one of our callers who was saying, oh, the Supreme Court tipped their hand in the mail-in ballots. No, they didn't. They voted no. Unbelievable. Now, birthright citizenship is coming up today. That's going to go down again. That's going to go down 5-4 or maybe 6-3. It's going down. They're not going to rule in our favor. They're not even going to carve out the Chinese that come here to birth their babies so they're citizens so that they can do a mail-in ballot from China. Think about how ridiculous this country has become, right? Anybody can vote, don't need ID, don't need anything. You just vote. And then you have a baby, you're pregnant, 7.5 months, 8 months. The CCP puts you on a plane. You come to U.S., you go to a hospital, you birth the baby, you get their certificate, you fly back. And when they're 18, they're voting in U.S. elections. They're a U.S. citizen. They're entitled to benefits. It is the most insane. No country can operate this way. But yet we do it. And we got the Barrett Roberts left-wing axis. It's like the Axis powers. I mean, come on. They block us. They vote they vote in a pack. It's just unbelievable. Here's your legacy, Roberts. You've aligned yourself more with the three communist libtards than you have with the conservatives. That's your legacy on this court. Obamacare is your legacy. I mean, where's Kennedy when you need him? I mean, I'd take him back in a heartbeat. Barrett is the worst pick we've ever made. The worst. I thought she'd be the best. She's the worst. Absolute waste of my time. Oh, I'm going to do whatever John does. Oh, I'm going to do what John does. Are we going out tonight, John? We going to dinner, John? Can we have a meeting, John? Can you tell me what to do, John? Can I vote like you, John? I want to be just like you, John. I want to be just like you, John Roberts. Yeah, I'm a little John Roberts clone. I'm going to vote just like you, whatever it is, John. Just tell me what to do, Johnny boy. This is what we're dealing with as a Supreme Court. And the Democrats, the liberals want to pack it. That's not good enough. Unbelievable. Okay, we got a lot to go over today. Birthright citizenship. That's going to come out at 10. We already know what the answer is to that is. Not good. Not good, right? Not good. Trump's going to lose that. But hey, here's the good news. We did win a couple cases. And the best case we won is we can get rid of the Haitians that are here on TPS. Oh, remember, that was supposed to be 18 months, turned into 18 years. This country is so screwed, man. It is really unbelievable to look at what is going on a daily basis and see these communists winning everything. And the popularity that Mandami has is hilarious. It's hilarious because why is he so popular? Look how popular he is in New York. Everybody loves him. His approval ratings are 65%. They all love Mandami. Why do they love Mandami? Because he's giving you stuff for free. He's giving you stuff. When he runs out of stuff to give you, then you get the riots. Just fasten your seatbelts, right? All this is coming down the pike. This is why I'm so bullish, and I know we're going to win. No doubt about it. We are going to win. Meantime, John Thune won't get the SAVE Act done. So Corey Lewandowski, classic yesterday, right, says, okay, John Thune, I got a news flash. We're going to primary you in 2028, and you're going to get crushed like Cheney did or any of these other liberal rhinos. Cassidy, Cornyn, Tillis couldn't win. You name them, they're going. McConnell, all of them are going. And guess who we're going to run against him? Now, this is not $64,000 question. But when you get Corey Lewandowski coming on my show, by the way, he was on for 45 minutes, like Lewandowski unplugged. Was that fun? Come on, guys, whether you like him or not. I love the fact that he just comes on and answers questions. I didn't say anything. I asked maybe 10 questions in 45 minutes, rapid fire, ending with the hapless Red Sox that did win again last night. I thought about betting him, only because he said they've won 2 in a row. I thought about betting 2 teams. I was so close to pick. I picked 2 out of 3 last night. And ever look at games? Sometimes I look at games, and I'm like, I was like right there. I'm like, yeah, it's tough to bet on the Red Sox. I like the Dodgers. They were only minus 120 last night. But, A's are tough at home. They got their best pitcher going. Dodgers had their worst. But the A's are unraveling now. So I should have gone 4 for 5. I went 2 for 3. Astros got beaten 9. Twins hit like 3 homers or something. They were on a roll, but I had the other 2 winners. How about the Pirates last night? Down 5-zip, come back, win the game, I think 11-7. Go Buccos, baby. Let's go. I didn't bet Philadelphia. The line was too high, and I just didn't have a good feeling about that game. You got to get a feel, right? I get baseball, I get hockey, I get feels. Football, no. Just whatever I bet the. Look at my bets in football. Bet the exact opposite team. You're guaranteed to make money. It's so tough. 888-480-JOHN. What else are we talking about? Something fun, right? Corey Lewandowski. So, John Thune up for re-election in 2028. So Corey says, okay, get this straight. So Corey says, well, we're going to have to primary him, get him out of there, because that's all these people understand is electoral defeat. Now, who in South Carolina does Corey Lewandowski know that might be available to run in a Republican primary against John Thune? Let's give this some thought. So let me put this out there to our audience. Google me. Google me, Corey. Why don't you let's just put this out. Let's throw it to Dan. Let's throw it to Dan Hobgood. He's pretty smart. By the way, Dan's coming here Thursday night. I got to get you your hotel, Dan. Remind me of that. Dan's coming here to be hanging with us, hanging with the crew on Thursday, hanging with the crew. So, Danny boy, who does Lewandowski know in South Dakota that might be that's got some time on her hands? That might be a good candidate to run against John Thune? You have any ideas, Dan?
Maybe it rhymes with Misty Rome.
Yes, you know what? Riddle me this, I say. Riddle me this. Who from South Dakota might have a little time on her hands that knows Corey, that has high name ID, that is 100% pro-Trump MAGA, that just might be a candidate to go up against Thune in a primary? Riddle me this.
Yeah.
Oh, I love this job, baby. I love getting these people on. By the way, we got who we got coming on today. I'm loving my Mavericks. Okay, I'm loving my
Mountaineer Mavericks.
I'm loving my Mavericks. In fact, all of these things we do at 9, I had to drop the Texas 2-step because all my candidates got beat. So I dropped that. But they were great. Sorry about that. But I love these 9 a.m. things, okay? Although the Peach Crew is a little bit of a struggle. That's definitely a struggle bus. But Sally's doing a super job. I don't know what I'd do without her. It's taken from Marcy to Sally all that time in between. So Marcy was the best. Sally's the best. But I'm digging that. I dig DC Dispatch. I love the Virginia Gang, although we canceled it for July. We just canceled it till August. We'll get back. But yeah, I mean, Corey Lewandowski. I think maybe we spend a little time there in South Dakota. What do you think, Dan?
Well, as Nome herself advertised when she was governor, a beautiful state. So maybe time for a little road trip. Get the bus out there, get it all wrapped up, and put Mount Rushmore on the
Too
sides.
much fun for
or
one
maybe
more
2 of the
man,
presidents
baby.
on one side, 2 of the other presidents on the other.
Let's go. Let's put this out. Okay, I'm going to do a clip right now so you send it to Papish and put it up on social media. All right, you ready?
Okay. All right, we're ready.
Okay, yesterday, Corey Lewandowski on my show for 45 minutes. John Thune going nowhere with a SAVE Act, refusing to bring it to the floor, refusing to fire the parliamentarian, refusing to get rid of the filibuster, to go to the talking filibuster, refusing to put the SAVE Act on the floor for a vote. Do nothing. Corey Lewandowski on my show yesterday, 45 minutes unplugged, said the main thing is the only thing these people understand is losing their seat, is losing elections, is getting primaried. And look at what we've done this cycle. Cornyn out, Tillis out, McConnell out, Cassidy out. The list can go on. Now, 2028, Lewandowski says we need to primary John Thune. We need to get somebody early. We're going to have to raise money. This is the only thing he's going to understand. We need to oust him and put a MAGA senator in there that can move the ball forward, that can actually get things done. And I'm thinking to myself, who does Corey Lewandowski know in South Dakota that might be available? Like somebody that has, let's see, a very high name ID, is 100% MAGA, has a track record of success in both the state and at the federal level, closed the border, got rid of the criminals here. Let's see, was a very successful governor, has time on her hands, and is a friend of Corey's. Who might that be? Well, riddle me this. I think I've come up with a name. I think we're going to see Kristi Noem for U.S. Senate in 2028. And this is going to be the defining moment of MAGA primaries in the Senate. If you think Paxton Cornyn was fun in 26, Noem Thune, 28. Battle Royale. Kristi Noem will crush John Thune. My friends, lace them up and lace them tight. Another one is going to bite the dust. This is why we're here. Get rid of the rhinos until MAGA has complete control, just like the communists do, of the Democrat Party. You, my friends, are on the John Fredericks Media Network. I will be right back after these messages from our loved advertisers and sponsors. Thank you.
If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your sat phone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your sat phone. Call now.
The Cats and Cosby Show.
It's the top news of the day.
People are out there saying, the Iranians are never going to live by it. But let me tell you something. President Trump is going to bomb them again if they screw around.
Hopefully they live up to it. And if not, the pounding's coming. We're going to do it again and again and again.
The Cats and Cosby Show, weekdays 5 Eastern, 4 Central on the stations of the John Fredericks Media Network.
Trump is the toughest president we ever had.
Well, he's definitely the best bomber.
The Trump administration has brought positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. If we really want to make America healthy again, well, that starts at home. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from the Wellness Company doctors all the time, and you know their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy, giving you the opportunity to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens with their prescription medical kits. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products, from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Live a healthier, longer, and more satisfying life. Go to twc.health/Godzilla and order. That's twc.health/Godzilla. Use promo code Godzilla to save 10% today.
1775 Coffee is giving away free starter kits. Try the dark or medium roast coffee with longevity blend, an infused blend with anti-aging calcium alpha-ketoglutarate, which has been clinically proven to reduce biological age. When you purchase the first 2 bags, you'll receive a free 1775 starter kit, including a third 16-ounce bag of coffee, a matte black tumbler, a frother, a gold scoop, or a reusable K-cup filter. Just order now at 1775coffee.com/Godzilla and claim your free 1775 starter kit while supplies last.
Folks, this is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Solti. I have recently turned 77 years old. I do not take prescription drugs. I have not had to take prescription drugs, and I attribute a lot of my good health to a product that I've been taking, which is the active ingredient in Solti. It's a 22% concentration of theaflavin. We did clinical trials on it 25 years ago and found that it helped lower cholesterol. We have had many, many hundreds of letters and emails from customers telling us how it has helped them not only manage their cholesterol, but lower their triglycerides and help them on their blood pressure. And I can't tell you how much I attribute to Solti for my good health at age 77. And I encourage you to go to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. And use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% off on your initial shipment of Solti. And I promise you it will be a great help for your heart health. Thanks so much.
The Bears are who we thought they were. And that's why we took the damn field. Now, if you want to crown them, then crown their ass. But they are who we thought they were. And we let them off the hook.
Don't touch that dial. You found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
Have any questions?
Mr. President, what do you make of the Supreme Court ruling today in regards to the mail-in ballots, and what comes next for the SAVE Act after today's ruling?
Well, because of the mail-in ballot ruling, which was a little bit surprising, gives people more time to vote illegally, let's say. But the SAVE Act is even more important, and that's the right to, you have to be a citizen of our country. Okay, you have to show you're a citizen of our country, called citizenship. Voter ID by photo voter ID, and no mail-in ballots unless you're in the military, disabled, you're ill, or you're away, or even on a vacation. We're being very open about it. It's pretty easy. And we'll have honest elections. But the ruling, which a lot of people were waiting for, that was a ruling that was, I think it was very detrimental to honest elections. But it is what it is. Basically, they're keeping it a little bit the way it is now. They may have a little bit of a restriction on based on the wording.
The wording about firing the parliamentarian.
And then you have the very important one, the Slaughter case, which we'll talk about if you ask that question. But the parliamentarian. What were you asking about?
Yeah, have you talked with Thune about?
I have. No, I can't imagine why you'd keep a woman that was put there by Harry Reid and Barack Hussein Obama. I cannot understand it. The leader has the right to fire the person at will and put somebody else there. That would be, because we get so many negative rulings from her, the parliamentarian. She's been there for years, and she was put there by Harry Reid and Barack Hussein Obama. Harry Reid was a bad guy. And he was the leader, and he put her. And the speaker has the right to immediately fire her and put somebody else there. And it's not even believable that she's still there. She's obviously a good politician or something.
The guy has done nothing. Thune has done nothing. I mean, fire the parliamentarian. He won't even do that. I mean, with Republicans like these, who needs the Democrats? It's like we're on their team. This is the most, I've never seen anything like this in my life. We can't get any of his appointments through. We can't get ambassadors through. We can't get judges through. He won't do a recess. You have to start asking yourself basic questions. Question one, the Supreme Court access of Barrett and Roberts. What is that about? Why do they vote in lockstep with the liberals to overturn the conservatives? 3 out of every 5 times. Why? What is going on there? Second question, what is the point of John Thune? Is he even a Republican? Does he even care? Is he just waiting out Trump? Is he feigning his support for the Republican president? What is he doing? What he's doing is he doesn't believe in the movement. He wants to lose and be in the minority. If you're in the minority, you do nothing. You throw bombs sitting on the sidelines. You throw water balloons. You're not involved in anything meaningful. And still you run around with your 4-corner, 5-window offices. I'm sick of these people, and I think you should be too. They don't do a damn thing. I mean, if the SAVE Act passed, we win the midterms. Why? Because they can't cheat. The only way the communists can win is by giving away your money and cheating. They can't win with legitimate voters. You know it, and I know it. And people, this has got nothing to do with machines and servers on Mars or whatever the clickbait nonsense is floating around out there. This is on the ground. You mail out ballots to everybody, and then you harvest the ballots, whether they're alive, dead, citizens or not. And then you just start filling them out and throwing them in drop boxes. It's about maps, ballots, and boxes. It's what this whole election's about. And we got Republicans that won't even change the maps. Georgia, South Carolina, Mississippi, they won't even change the maps. If these were Democrats, look what they tried to do in Virginia. They don't care. They want power. We're up against a juggernaut with bazookas and tanks, and we're on horseback with the cavalry. And we don't even want to win those battles. The lack of fight in this party is just incredible to me. That's why we're here every day. I want to fight. MAGA 2.0, it's defined by fighters. You're either going to fight or not. Period. Fight or not. And so the John Thunes of the world have got to go. And Lewandowski nailed it. 100%. He's got to go. The only thing that people understand is get him out of office. That's it. 888-480, John, you want to weigh in? 888-480-5646. I want to hear from you. Got some clips I want to run here as well, but while we're deciding on that, let's get to Steve in Virginia. Steve, you're live, line 1. Steve, go.
Good morning, Chairman Fredericks. Thanks for taking my call. Yesterday you were talking about Tucker Carlson, and I wanted to point out that you said that he was abandoning MAGA, and I think I remember Trump saying he was throwing him out of MAGA. So, you can abandon, you can say you're leaving after you've already been thrown out the door, but that doesn't change the truth. The other thing is that when it comes to, you were mentioning about the pillars of MAGA and, how getting involved in Iran wasn't necessarily, part of the deal because so many people are saying, well, he said no wars. He wasn't going to get us involved in wars. I remember Trump saying, I'm not going to get involved in new wars. And Iran is a very, very old, 47 years old war. So, technically speaking, he's not broken his promise there. But, also I wanted to mention, Mandami was saying how over the past 5 months, crime has gone down in New York City. But he's taken a page from D.C. in that, hey, if you don't enforce the law and if you don't report the crimes, then it looks like, hey, crime has gone down because statistically on paper, we don't report those statistics anymore.
Steve, it takes a guy like yourself from Virginia to figure this out for us. That is exactly it. We're not arresting anybody, therefore there's no crime. That's exactly it. Like, we don't have enough cops. Nobody wants to be a cop here. We're down like thousands of cops. The cops hate me, so we don't arrest anybody. And if we do, they get let out the next day. So therefore, crime is down because nobody gets arrested. I mean, if you arrested nobody, crime is zero. Reported crime is zero. So it is just the absurdity of what this guy is doing. I having fun. I love playing his clips because I'm having so much fun with this because we're getting the same thing here in D.C. And I look at this lady, and, we, as you guys know, Ann and I thought very hard about me running for mayor, just backed out because of the time commitment. It was just a time suck in a race you can't win. But I'm looking at it now saying, so part of me says, I wish I was there only so that I could offer an alternative, because this woman's bat crap crazy too. But they're all nuts. This is why we're going to win. The country is not going to elect communists in a majority. They're going to elect them in the deep blue areas. That's it. And so we're going to see what happens. But you nailed it. There's no crime. There's no crime. I mean, the guy said, we played the clip yesterday, Dan. Dan's right. Yesterday he said, I don't believe in prisons. What is the point of prisons? This is what he said. I don't believe in prisons. So somebody commits a crime, they rape your daughter, but you're not going to put them in prison so they can rape the next guy's daughter. I mean, what? Well, we'll put him in counseling. So he stops raping them and just asks them out for a date. I mean, what? It's insane, right? Armed robbery 5 times. Well, we don't need jail. We need if they just had a home and their rent was controlled and they had a government-owned grocery store and they had enough money and we gave them, snacks every day, they'd be fine. Don't need prisons. Don't need cops. If there's no cops, there's no arrest. If there's no arrest, there's no crime. I mean, you got to laugh at this. Don't cry, laugh. We are going to win. This is so, the insanity here is beyond belief. So speaking about winning, thank you, Steve. Good call. Steve, good call. Janine Pirro tells the reflecting pool vandals, I've been saying this for a week now, newsflash, you're getting 10 years in prison if you get convicted. 10 years for being a reflecting pool, Trump derangement syndrome vandal. I hope during the 10 years in prison, they have TDS counseling, because that's what these people are going to need. Pirro, my favorite U.S. attorney in the history of the world, cut 1.
I think it's a very worthy goal.
Yeah.
Now, we have more people, more security watching these monuments to make sure they're not vandalized. What can you tell the American people tonight about the state of the reflecting pool? Is it possible to keep it clean? I know there's a lot of debate about you can't even keep it clean if you wanted to. And
well, I don't know much about the construction of the reflecting pool and the algae and all the other stuff, but what I can tell you is that the park police are very much on top of what's going on, that there have been many citations issued, and that my office will be prosecuting any crimes. And let anyone who comes to this district who thinks that he or she is going to vandalize the reflecting pool or any kind of monument, you're facing 10 years in prison. So don't get smart, because we're on the lookout for them, and I'm happy to prosecute.
But you know what
Let's go! Lock them up! 10 years, baby. Why am I jubilant about that? Because I'm sick of the vandals in my city. That's why. I'm sick of them. Go be vandals in your own city. Get out of my city. Go back to Roslyn or Arlington or Montgomery County, wherever the hell you came from, on the metro with your 2 masks on and your stupid clown suit, and go vandal that and let them deal with it. Get out of my city. None of these people live here. You get that, right? They don't live here. They all come in with their masks on from Arlington on the metro. They don't live here. 10 years. No parole, no time off for good behavior. Lots of counseling for TDS syndrome. Hey, I gave up 10 years of my life so I could cut a hole in the reflection pool. Was it worth it? Well, for 1 week, Trump was in the news. Well, that was like 9 years ago. You've been sitting here rotting your life away, moron. Ask me if I care. John, do you care? No. Here's David Portnoy. And he started, I get this is the interesting guy, because he started, what did he start? Barstool Sports. And he started by printing it up on this little printer he bought and handing it out in the street corner. Yeah, that's how he started. Built it into a major gambling concern. Oh, my goodness. A major sports book. First, they were a tout and, got paid for that. Like I give you my picks, but I don't charge anything. So it's a little bit different, right? I do it for entertainment purposes and because I like to gamble on sports. It's what I do. It's fun, right? It's entertainment. Although half the games I can't even watch. The only time I get to watch the games are like the weekends, right? I bet 3 games last night. I went to bed before 2 of them started. I find out the score in the morning. Okay. Gives you a reason to get up when the alarm rings at 3:45, baby. David Portnoy, cut 2. Roll it.
Losing my mind on what's happening right now, especially in New York. Yeah. I mean, you got the Nazi in Maine. This really, really, really worries me. So
you might run against Mondani.
I would love to run against. If I was going to run, it would be here. Can I win here? I have no idea. I don't know the demographics, whether they get enough votes. There's a lot of people who like me in New York City. I know that. I've done a lot of good in New York City when I wasn't thinking about politics, whether it's the Barstool Fund, pizza places. So it wasn't for show. I've had a real job. I've done real things, unlike these clown politicians who have never had a job and never been in the real world for a day.
Right.
But the people voting for these people who just won are like these young, white, like Ivy League-ish, elite-ish women. It's like, who are they? Like, they'll never vote for me. They'll never believe in common sense.
When you're unhappy, you want to make other people unhappy, and that's the key. Dave?
Misery loves misery. Misery begets misery. It is very rare I agree with Mark Short on anything. He's like Pence's guy, but I agree with him here. And I actually saw him a couple of weeks ago. He's not a bad guy. He's just like a Pence guy, whatever. But here he is. This is kind of interesting. He's talking about Congress has created all these agencies so they can usurp the power from the executive branch. Very fascinating. Interesting concept. Just like Steve telling me their crimes are down because there's no cops arresting anybody. I mean, Steve, you nailed that. That's why they're the best callers in America. Mark Short, cut 3. Take a listen.
I think you hit it spot on. The reality is that the founders didn't say there's multiple executives. There's one.
Right.
There's a unitary executive, and so he should be allowed to fire people in the executive branch. Over the years, Congress has created all these agencies they claim are independent because they're trying to usurp power from the executive branch.
And they act like they're immune from the executive.
And I don't think it's inconsistent on when it comes to the Fed, because the reality is Alexander Hamilton wanted a national bank of the United States to pay off our debt.
Okay, but
and so that dates to.
I mean, this the whole thing. This country is so ridiculous. We got all these agencies. I don't know what they do, right? Then you try to get rid of them, and there's a communist movement to save them so they can save government jobs or something. Crazy. All right. Chris Bedford, cut 4. He says social disorder and the communists go together. Can't have one without the other. 4, take a look.
Track. Here to discuss, Chris Bedford, executive editor at Frontier magazine. Chris, can I borrow your sunglasses? Because you look so cool tonight, I can't even tell you. Chris, what's left of the Democrats when this is really the foundation of their party now, kind of an Islamo, Marxist, Bolshevik kind of alliance?
I'm trying to think, looking at that, what ties these things together? It's social disorder.
Hatred, though. It's hatred of traditional America.
Traditionally, maybe the American Republican tradition, the conservative tradition was held together by a dislike of the Soviets, a foreign atheist slave state. The modern Democratic coalition is held together by a hatred of the United States, a hatred of Christianity, a hatred of Judeo values. You were talking about the rainbow flag that you see there. That symbol started immediately as a rejection of God's promise of salvation to the people after the flood, and instead embraced it as a symbol of pride. So it's not very surprising that this group and this movement ended up being pulled into just a total hatred of the American experience and Western civilization.
If you want to know what fear looks like, Chris, look into the eyes of Scott Wiener, who thought he was protected in San Francisco because he is a gay man, I think on the city council, and is basically as pro-LGBTQIA, et cetera, as you can be. But he was hounded over the weekend. Watch this.
And your policy on the genocide in Gaza, and I think your policy on the genocide in Gaza It's terrible. Stop because you've been wonderful, and you've been terrible. You've been terrible on Gaza.
Of course, he's a state senator. I demoted him. How rude of me. Chris, he wouldn't say anything in response. Okay. But it's like Dr. Frankenstein meeting the monster.
Yeah, he was afraid. He was overwhelmed. He didn't realize the level of hate that had been unleashed by these activists, so they turned on him. He didn't read the history books that Stalin killed Trotsky, that the revolution consumes its own. And that's what they've backed. That's what they've pushed. It's a revolution in the United States, and it eats its own.
Yeah, the Bolshevik Revolution, I think, is the most apt historical analogy of the last century. I mean, there were two wings that wanted to take down that took down the Tsar, and the Bolsheviks ultimately. That was what's gonna happen.
And that's such a danger because the White Russian army was bigger, it was more well trained, it was better funded. The Tsar had a lot more money and backing, but he was defeated by radicals because they weren't able to get together. They fought each other, the Tsarist opposition, the royalists, the nationalists. They all went infighting. They were too incompetent. They got bulldozed and they suffered a great deal. And that's a lesson to conservatives and Republicans who are fighting each other. They need to be working together because these guys are coming for them.
I'm going to go watch Dr. Zhivago after that. Thank you very much, Chris.
Thanks, Laura.
Great to see you.
Hey, by the way, Dr. Zhivago, great movie, made a long time ago. I remember seeing it with my parents. I didn't really understand it till I got older and saw it again. I was very, very young. But a great movie about the Russian Revolution, but they nailed it. I mean, they hate America. They hate the country. They hate Christianity. They hate Christians. They hate Catholics. They hate Jews. They just hate. The whole movement is driven by hate. And that's why it cannot sustain itself. The hate goes so far. The taking other people's money and confiscating their stuff goes so far. But right now they got something going on, and you better wake up and smell the coffee because this is not going away. White, overeducated, liberal, older women are driving this. It's a sad state of affairs. And I think it was one of the hosts that said, you know, when you hate your life, you want everybody else to be miserable, and that there's truth to that. I mean, these people are miserable human beings that hate their life, they hate their country, they hate God, they hate Christianity, they hate Jews, they just hate. They hate Catholics. They hate, and it consumes your soul. It's all consuming. Hate is a driving negative force in your life. Love is bright and sunny and opens up. Hate is dark. Hate is what Satan wants. And these people they hate our country. That's why they hate 250. They hate the fair. They hate everything about it. Like, they don't want to come here, right? They hate cleanliness. They hate clean. They hate beauty. They want filth and squalor and crime and decrepitness, so we can be miserable like them. Unbelievable. Dan says, remember what Doc Holliday said in Tombstone. Maybe you can find this clip. Evil people do what they do because they want revenge for being born. This might be a fine statement. Okay, we got a great show coming up today. Plenty of guests on. We've got Governor Patrick Morrisey, West Virginia, going to be with us at the 9 o'clock hour with the Mountaineer Mavericks. So you don't want to forget that. That's going to be fun. And we've got John McLaughlin, I think, at 8:05. So he's got some new polls coming out all right here on the John Fredericks Media Network. Stay with us.
This is WJFN Goochland, Bonaire, Chester, and WJFV Portsmouth, part of the John Fredericks Media Network.
Breaking news this hour from Town Hall. I'm Rich Thomason. President Trump says his Supreme Court's ruling allowing states to count late arriving mail-in ballots underscores the importance of Congress passing the Save America Act to ensure election integrity. As for that high court ruling,
a little bit surprising, gives people more time to vote illegally, let's say. But the SAVE Act is even more important, and that's the right. You have to be a citizen of our country. Okay, you have to show you're a citizen of our country, called citizenship. Voter ID by photo voter ID, and no mail-in ballots unless you're in the military, disabled, you're ill, or you're away, or even on a vacation. We're being very open about it.
GOP Senator John Cornyn of Texas lashing out at supporters of the Save America Act.
Senator Cornyn, who lost the primary after losing President Trump's endorsement, now taking to his X page to blast anyone backing the president's Save America Act. Cornyn's bitter exchanges online highlighting tension within the party over Republicans supporting the measure. Cornyn sounding extremely bitter, calling some supporters grifters and keyboard warriors.
Correspondent Laura Winters, among key Supreme Court rulings expected for release today, a case focusing on the president's executive order limiting birthright citizenship. The High Court also expected to weigh in on the legality of Idaho and West Virginia laws barring transgender athletes from competing in female sports. Extreme heat advisories, watches, warnings posted across a vast area from the Midwest up into the Northeast as a dangerous heat wave settles in. Meanwhile, dozens of wildfires continue burning out west. And the Venezuela earthquake death toll now topping 1,700. On Wall Street this morning, the Dow futures 41 points higher. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Hey, I'm not one to say I told you so, but do you remember last year when I told you that Pure Talk was hands down the best wireless company that I'd ever used? Well, some of you were skeptical, but Consumer Reports just asked 120,000 people to rate every wireless company in America, including the big boys. Well, guess which company was the only company to get 5 stars in every category? Yeah, Pure Talk. Coverage, support, value, data. 5 stars across the board. No service contracts, no cancellation fees, just great U.S. customer service on a crazy fast 5G network for a fraction of what you've been paying. I'm not going to say I told you so, but I will encourage you one more time to dial pound 250, say micro, and switch to a 5-star American wireless company that won't let you down. Pure Talk.
There are fatalities, mass shooting in Germany where a suspect is in custody.
A male suspect shot and killed at least 6 people at a youth welfare facility in Stade, Germany. Lüneburg Police President Katrin Schul says 4 people who had been shot in a gruesome manner died at the scene. Another died while being resuscitated. Another succumbed to severe injuries. Others were also wounded at the facility, which provides temporary accommodation for pregnant women or young mothers with children. Officials believe it may have stemmed from a custody dispute. All of the victims were employees of the youth center or its affiliates. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
A Ukrainian business tycoon is believed to have been the target of an explosive device in Monaco. The explosion late yesterday seriously injuring 3 people before the suspect fled to France. French and Ukrainian media identify one of those injured as a construction tycoon from Ukraine. News and analysis, townhall.com. It's been a rather bumpy ride of late for one Japanese automaker.
Toyota reports that global vehicle sales slipped for a 4th consecutive month in May, as decreases in China and the Middle East weighed on overall results. Global sales dropped 7.2% year-on-year to 834,279 vehicles. Overseas sales fell 9.6%, while those in Japan rose 11.1%, helped by strong demand for certain models such as the RAV4.
Correspondent Bill Alexander. President Trump says he plans to nominate Keith Sonderling as Secretary of Labor. Sonderling has been serving as the agency's acting director since Lori Chavez de Rima resigned. She had stepped down in April amid abuse of power allegations that she denies. Sonderling is a lawyer, has held various leadership posts in the Trump administration, including Deputy Labor Secretary. More on these stories, townhall.com.
It's finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets, as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, MyPillow mattresses and MyPillow mattress toppers as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets. Regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard MyPillows, regular $49.98, on sale for $17.98. Wait on it, mega sale only $14.98. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's going to ship absolutely free.
To take advantage of the second annual mega sale, go to MyPillow.com or call 800-854-0504 and use promo code Godzilla.
In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cell's Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
1775 Coffee is giving away free starter kits. Try the dark or medium roast coffee with longevity blend, an infused blend with anti-aging supplements clinically proven to reduce biological age. When you purchase the first 2 bags, you'll receive a free 1775 starter kit, including a third 16-ounce bag of coffee, a matte black tumbler, a frother, a gold scoop, or a reusable K-cup filter. Just order now at 1775coffee.com/Godzilla and claim your free 1775 starter kit while supplies last.
Ponder this. It's amazing how many of us choose to go about our daily life without recognizing others who cross our paths each day. Take, for example, your morning walk, run, or workout at the gym. As we encounter others, often we don't make eye contact, let alone smile or greet each other. Listening to music or a podcast with our earbuds is so much more preferable than having to greet others we encounter. As a result, people are becoming more and more disconnected from each other. So let's start a human connection trend. Here's an experiment for you to try. Put your phone and earbuds away for a day while in public. Try to engage others in your path with a simple smile and a kind hello. These simple gestures will become a powerful force in the world. A smile costs nothing, but can be a powerful tool to brighten the day for others. Let your smile be a light for all to see. It's a gesture of love from the Lord. I'm Susie Kelly, and I am passionately Catholic.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's The John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man Clint Eastwood would never tell to make his day, John Fredericks.
Makes a man like Ringo, Doc. Makes him do the things he does.
A man like Ringo got a great
empty hole right through the middle of him. He can never kill enough or steal enough or inflict enough pain to ever fill it.
What does he need?
Revenge.
For what?
Being born.
What a classic scene, Dan. Thanks for running that. The libtards that run around here, they hate America. They hate everything. Just hate. It's just crazy. And maybe they just hate everything, right? Hates driving their whole life. So sad. Hey, I tell you what, though, let's turn off the hate and get to love. And I love my Patriot mobile phone. How about that segue? And I love Glenn Story and Scott Colbert and the whole team down there. Now, you're probably saying, what's the deal with Patriot Mobile? Okay. Obama said he had a phone and a pen. So I'm like, okay, I like that, right? Got a phone and a pen. So I've got 3 phones, 1, 2, 3, and 3 pens. Now, why do I have 3 phones and 3 pens? Well, because I got a lot going on. I run my company off these phones. That's all I do, right? My whole company is run off these phones. So why do I have 3 phones? Only because I can take advantage of the great deals of Patriot Mobile and the great service. Great service, great people, low price. I'm always covered. Plus I get a BOGO. Have you done the BOGO yet? So you go and you buy a phone at Verizon or something, or whatever coverage you are, Sprint PCS, Metro PCS, AT&T. When you go out of their coverage area, you get 1 bar, no bars, or 2 bars, and calls go in and out. You can't hear them. And but what you don't realize is that in the area that you're in, there's another carrier that's got 5 bars because they're stronger there. So what Patriot Mobile does is when you sign up for their service and you say promo code Godzilla and you ask for the BOGO, buy one, get one, you get 2 carriers of your choice for the price of 1 because you're on all the same towers. So they have this technology where it automatically switches based on who's got the stronger signal. Now, there's a company that does our media called LiveView that came up with this concept. Story and them figured this out on how to do it on a mobile phone. And because they're not tied to one of the big networks, they're not a slave to them. So you sign up for this, and with promo code Godzilla, you get free activation, a whole bit. I'm in DC, Verizon, where I am right now. I'm sorry, ATT rules. But I go to Maryland, I'm driving to Cumberland? No. ATT, Verizon, 5 bars. All 3 of my phones automatically switch over. I don't have to do anything. It's just automatic. So I'm getting 4 or 5 bars wherever I go. Plus the service is great. Plus I pay I think it's like $59, $58, $55 a phone. Something like that, $49. Free text, free this, free that, unlimited everything. The deals are great. The service is great. The people are fantastic. And a portion of whatever you spend goes to Christian conservative causes. I give money to AT&T or Verizon. Who the hell knows where that money's going? Screw that. Now, it's just so easy because it's all done over the cloud. You can keep all your stuff. There's no tweezers, no SIM cards. Do it all over the cloud. It takes about 15 minutes to switch. It's been the best decision you'll ever made. You'll thank me later. Just go to patriotmobile.com, patriotmobile.com, promo code Godzilla. Say you want 2 carriers, you want the BOGO, you want the Godzilla BOGO, you want free activation, promo code Godzilla. They're going to give that to you. They're going to set you up. You're going to save money and have better service. And if you want to call them, check this out. 972-PATRIOT. 972-PATRIOT. I'm a one-man gang for Patriot Mobile. 972-PATRIOT. So all I got to do, call them up. Guess what? Somebody that speaks English in Dallas answers the phone. That's right, they speak English. I know it's a shocker. Now, if you say, how many rings before they answer? I put the over-under at 4, and I always bet the under, and I always win. They answer the phone. They talk to you. It's real people. Not press 1, press 2. Now you're in India, and you can't understand the person. None of that. Patriot Mobile, baby. It's the way to go. Go to patriotmobile.com, patriotmobile.com, promo code Godzilla. BOGO, Save your 35% activation figure. Give them a call, 972 Patriot. Thank you. Great company, great people. I love working with great companies and great people. Like Todd Sheets. Great company, Todd Sheets Inc., whatever that is. Also author of the best book ever written on the 2008 crash. Plus he's Substack free. Plus he's my economic guru of all time. And I love sucking him into the culture wars. That's the most fun. Todd, thanks for being with us today.
John, it's great to be back with you again.
So Todd, let's go right to the culture wars, and then we'll get to economics and the price of oil. It's going to be such a fun segment. So, okay, so the communists are winning everything, right? They're taking over the Democratic Party, lock, stock, and barrel. They're winning in landslides. They're communist. They call themselves Democrat Socialists, but the Democrat is like a feigned facade. It's basically the Communist Party USA. They're winning everything. Mandami's going around saying, hey, I'm the most popular mayor in history. There's no crime because they don't arrest anybody. We just figured that out. If you don't arrest anybody, there's no crime. Brilliant, right? Plus, he's taking everybody else's money, and eventually they're going to run out. So let's give us an overview here of people in these deep blue states voting for a communist takeover. Just give me your whole assessment on this. Todd.
Yeah. I actually wrote about this on Substack this week, so I'll try and give a very abbreviated version of that. I think, let me start off with a little story. The day after the election last week, honest to God truth, I go to the gym, stop at the store on the way home, usually to pick up a couple of items. I'm walking into the grocery store, and there's a kind of a short, stocky guy, black guy, and he kind of points at my hat and kind of gently makes fun of it. And he's got a thick accent, so I can't quite tell what he's saying. And it's a LA Dodgers hat. I say, oh, my daughter lives in LA. That's why I wear it. Where are you from? He says, Havana. And I said, oh my God, when did you get out? 36 years ago is the answer. So I said, do you still have family there? Is it as bad as what we're hearing about? He says, yes, I have family. It's worse. 23 hours a day of no electricity, often no utilities, no money, no jobs, no hope. And he said, I try and send them money and food. I'm lucky if I can get through on a telephone call to talk to them. It's just utterly devastated. So I'm pick up my groceries and stuff, walk away, and I'm thinking, oh my God, what is, we've got this going on 90 miles off our southern border, obvious to the world. These people have lived through the reality of where, whatever you want to call it, democratic socialism to communism, they've lived through the reality of where that takes you over the last 60 years. And in New York City, we've got Mamdani running around preaching basically the same revolutionary zeal and empty promises that brought Fidel Castro to power 60 years ago. So how does this happen? So try and keep this short. We go back to the early 1960s when that revolutionary zeal was fueling Castro, Chavez, others around the world. It also took place in America, but in a much more benign way. And at that time, we had these young, radical, far left people. And as I pointed out, and I still they in the beginning did some really good things for America. They pushed the civil rights agenda, the women's rights agenda. Later on, I think they helped open up America to being more accepting on gay rights and not condemning and that kind of thing. So they had a long stretch of time starting then, kind of in my mind, up through their pushing for gay rights, where they set the social agenda and mostly got things correct in that narrow category. The one big difference was they were disastrously wrong about economics from the very beginning. They helped push LBJ, and others helped push LBJ towards the Great Society social welfare programs, which were a step in this direction, and they failed miserably from day one. So you go back, the war on poverty, My favorite line about this is, Barack Obama used to walk around and say, the conservatives tell you to pick yourself up by your bootstraps. Well, what if you don't even have any boots? And then the question should have been, why don't people have boots? Your party and your ideology has been in charge of the poverty program for the last 50 to 60 years. So that's failed miserably. All of the spending pushed us into big budget deficits. That led the Fed to print money, which gave us the stagflation of the 70s, worst decade since the Great Depression. So fortunately, Reagan comes along, and we get the Reagan Revolution, free market revolution in the early 1980s. This runs for 20 years. And then Clinton did some good things, fiscally responsible, but towards the end of his administration, he makes huge mistakes on housing policy, which we've talked about and I write about in the book. George Bush continues and expands those things. The Fed goes way overboard in trying to steer the economy, and we end up with the housing bubble and the financial collapse, which were caused by government mistakes, not private market failure. There was a lot of private market failure, as you've talked about, but we have to say, why wasn't we went 100 years without that happening? It didn't happen in the 80s and the 70s and the 60s and the 50s and the 40s. Why did it happen at that time? Because the government made these mistakes, which created this bubble. Well, the bubble and the crisis then, this brings the socialists back out of the dark hallways of the Democratic Party. They had been relegated there by Reagan's free market recovery. But now they've got an excuse. They come out and start crying private market failure, and this opens up the opportunity for them to start pushing this socialist agenda, which, by the way, throughout this period of time, even when the economics part of it was hidden in the back shadows, they're pushing these agendas in academia, in the traditional media. This is in the form of white supremacy, exploitation, class warfare. So they're building these themes all the while. Then the great financial crisis gives them the opportunity to come out of the closet. Obama's the first step. Biden is the second big step, where you've still got a quasi-moderate figurehead who's basically being run by Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders. And now, all that quasi-moderate stuff is gone. And what we see is the ascendance of this movement that really started back in the early 1960s with these radicals who have had this agenda in mind their whole lives. They're not looking to make America better, which, if you go back to the 60s, that was what was happening. Martin Luther King's I Have a Dream was not about tearing down the foundations of America. It was about helping America achieve its founding ideals. That's what he says in the speech. He says it's rooted in the American dream, and he quotes Thomas Jefferson. So this is a 60-year process, and now we're seeing it come to full fruition. And now America is going to have to make a choice between a communist Democratic Party and moving forward in continuing to try and be a better version of ourselves.
How does it end, Todd?
I'm very optimistic. We've had 250 years. This isn't the first time we've been to these kinds of things. We were there at the founding with the revolution. We were there in the 1860s with the Civil War. In the early 1900s, World War I. Later in the early 1900s, World War II. Later on, the Cold War. The culture wars that we talked about, when there were people trying to overthrow and make America something different. And at every point, this country has figured out and moved in the right direction. So Trump doesn't get elected. I wouldn't be as optimistic right now. But I think, Trump getting elected is an indication. Look, I'm very optimistic that once again, we will make the right decision and we'll move forward in the right way here.
Even with their cheating?
Yeah. I mean, that's been going on since, that was in the early 60s too, right? That was JFK in Chicago and that kind of thing, right? So, that's nothing new either. So, yeah, I'm optimistic. We've always figured it out, put it that way. And we've always ended up moving in the right direction. I don't think this country wants to be communist. I don't think it wants to be socialist. There's competing ideas when you start moving away from those extremes. I'm a big believer in what we initially had, the pure limited government, federal government spending 3 or 4% of GDP instead of 7 or 8 times that. But, we can back that down and still be very successful. So I'm very optimistic here.
Well, so am I. Look, I think we're going to win the midterms. I've told you that 100 times. But that is a great historical analysis of how we've got here. And part of this is they just, we were saying this earlier, is you look at these communists and you look at what they've said in the past, because now they're all like scrubbing their Facebook pages and whatnot, scrubbing their social media posts, trying to get rid of it. But this stuff lives on forever. I mean, you got a bunch of these candidates that their hatred for America is it's intense. They hate America. They hate the principles of Americanism. They hate the founding fathers. They hate Catholics. They hate Jews. They hate Christians. I mean, the level of hate is what drives them. And I don't know how you sustain a movement with that level of hate over time. I just don't see how that happens. I mean, what do they ever go to church? I mean, what, like how do you get up every day and just hate everything and hate your life? It's basically what they do. I just don't get it.
Yeah, you know what? I'll tell you the sad thing, and we're seeing the results of this, in declining college admissions and that kind of thing. But part of it is for the last 40 or 50 years, people have gone to college and this is what they've been taught. Everything is supremacy, colonialism, exploitation. Capitalism is the problem for everything. So, you've got these far left professors that came out of that young radical left. And as they got older, they moved up within the universities. They became professors, and then they became deans, and then they became presidents of the universities. They effectively took over the media, in part for the reasons we were talking about earlier, because they were correct on a number of important social issues early on. So, they brought in a lot of people who felt the same way on those issues. But, as they got into these positions, they wanted to overthrow the system. And so they taught this culture of, if you're unhappy, it's because capitalism is failing you. You need to hate the American system. This is an exploitative, colonialist, suppressing system. You look at all the talk about the billionaires. Why do they hate all these guys that are successful? That's an excuse. He's only successful because
I think Todd froze. Yep, Todd froze there for a second. Okay, we're going to get back to him when he gets that back up. Let's get to. I want to get to Stephen Miller here. This is going to be cut 5 on what is actually going on here with the courts. Roll it, Stephen Miller. Take a listen. Cut 5.
Stephen. Now, the president, I think, was pretty clever how he handled this today about this case. He basically said, look, there are other great cases out there. We're going to talk about those with Jonathan Turley. But nevertheless, he was disappointed that his appointee to the court, Amy Coney Barrett, wrote that majority.
Well, look, let's just call it like it is. Justice Roberts and Justice Barrett decided to cave to the radical left. Alito was so clear in his wording about what election day means. Nobody could read the statute, could read that opinion, could read what Alito wrote and come to any other conclusion. It's election day, not election week, not election month, not election months. So this was really a travesty, and it underscores, Laura, why we have to keep fighting to pass the Save America Act. 80 million Americans elected a Republican Senate majority, and they elected a Republican Congress to deliver on this fundamental priority. It must get done, Laura.
Well, what is this going to mean for the midterms, in your view, given the number of states that this affects?
Well, it could be
potentially extremely damaging. In other words, if you have a situation, as we saw in California, with Spencer Pratt in Los Angeles, where every single day ballots continue to tilt the election in ever more improbable and ultimately impossible ways, then we don't have a democracy, we have no faith in our election system, we have no faith in our ability to count the ballots. We have 53 Republican senators. I know everybody says, well, this senator won't vote for it or that senator won't vote for it. It's because there's no consequence on them, Laura, for not doing so.
Well,
they don't lose fundraising.
Right? Tillis is gone.
Right.
Right. He's on. Cassidy's gone. But Cassidy's going to...
But they all have a life they want after the Senate.
Yeah.
They all have foundations they want to be a part of, corporate boards they want to be a part of. And the ones who are still there are committee chairpersons. They're committee chairwomen. You need to have a situation where if you want to be in Republican politics, you have to understand it is a team sport. And one more point on this, Laura. This is existential for this country. You've covered more than anybody. When the Democrats, should the Democrats regain power, it's game over. 12 more justices on SCOTUS, 2 new Democrat states. They're going to get rid of the Second Amendment. They're going to get rid of our borders. They're going to get rid of our police. They're going to get rid of ICE, Border Patrol, DHS, and they're going to elect communists, like actual communists, Laura, not even socialists, communists, who will wreck this country.
Now,
Todd, comment.
You know, I strongly believe in the Save America Act, but I also disagree with Miller and sometimes the administration, because my view on the Supreme Court is we're obviously not going to like every decision. Many of them we're going to like, especially when we have a conservative majority that we have. And so we accept the Supreme Court's decisions on these kinds of things. You know, so what he was referring to there was the decision about mail-in voting and that kind of thing. And so I'm with him in spirit in terms of the need for the Save America Act, for the need to show citizenship, ID, all these kinds of things. I'm with him. But to me, the Supreme Court makes a decision. We say, look, let's do with it. But I still think, you know, is the basis of a great legal system that we are fortunate to be a part of. So,
Todd Sheets, want to thank you for being with us. Want to wish you a very happy 4th of July, Independence Day 250 with your family. And I hope your daughters are doing fine. And we're going to see you after the 4th. If you get to, if you ever make your way out of Florida and get to D.C., this is going to be the place to be on our 250, Todd. So you're going to enjoy. Follow Todd on Substack, always free. Got to read his stuff. Great stuff there. Todd Sheets, SHEETS, not like the convenience store gas station. Regular Sheets. Although I am a Sheets fan, but I prefer Wawa. Wawa, I'm just a Wawa guy. Now, you can follow Todd on Substack. Todd, thank you. Have a great holiday weekend with your family. And we got Jim Pfaff coming up. Keep it right here.
Code Godzilla for 20% off.
Hey folks, Al Green here for Sat Phone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need Sat Phone. Sat phones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your Sat Phone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your sat phone. Call now.
Ponder this. Most people want to have a good day every day. In order to do this, we must start our day with gratitude and keep an attitude of gratitude throughout the day. I offer you my recipe for having a great day and a joyful life. First, start each day being grateful that the Lord has given you another day to serve Him. Roll yourself out of bed, get on your knees, and say a morning prayer of thanksgiving. Ask the Lord to help you throughout the day to do whatever His will is for you. Next, thank God for the little things that make your day better. I thank Him immensely for my morning coffee and for my legs that allow me to take a morning walk. I pray for those who cannot walk because of age, injury, or disability. Throughout the rest of the day, I am grateful for the people God has placed in my life. I thank Him for those who love me, and I pray especially for those who do not love me. Find ways in your day to thank God continually and offer prayers for all those the good Lord has placed in your daily path. I'm Susie Kelly, and I am passionately Catholic.
For the first time ever, we're bringing you MyPillow mattresses and mattress toppers for as low as $99.98. Remember, sleep's all about temperature and pressure points. Whatever sleep needs you have, we have the right technology for you. Like our MyPillow mattress topper, our queen size has over 10,000 individual comfort supports to help relieve your pressure points. And how about our 3-inch Hybrid Plus mattress topper? It's infused with copper and silver to help your body get the restorative sleep it needs. And our MyPillow and Case Coil mattresses, I personally helped develop these mattresses to make sure they have everything needed to give us great sleep. Plus, they're made right here in the USA, and they ship right to your front door, absolutely free.
Go to mypillow.com or call 800-854-0504 and use promo code Godzilla to get MyPillow mattresses and toppers for as low as $99.98 and free shipping.
What are we, 10-0?
You are 10-0 for the first time in program history, Coach.
Not bad. There's a lot of skeptics. There's a lot of doubters. I get it, right? Haven't beat a top 25 team. Nebraska's 25th in the coaches poll. We beat their 56-7. How are we not right now seeded for a home game? Yeah, it's pretty simple. I win. Google me. 126 years of Indiana football. Best season in Indiana history. Number 1 out of 126. We got our way of doing things, and, we kick ass and take names. We figured we'd just adopt SEC scheduling philosophy. Some people don't like it. I'm more focused in on those 9 conference games. We had to wake some people up and create some excitement, and after all, this is the entertainment business, too. We don't just beat top 25 teams, we beat the shit out of them. Oh. I know you guys have been waiting for me to say something crazy. That wasn't quite crazy.
Don't touch that dial. You found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
Mr. President, Zoran Mamdani said in an interview this week that he was open to being the poster child for socialist candidates. Are you worried about more socialist candidates across the United States?
I think it's a big threat to our nation, actually. Because it's not socialism, it's really communism. They use the word social democrat because it sounds so nice, but it's really communism you're talking about. I think it's the biggest threat to our nation there is, maybe since our founding. That includes World War I, World War II, September 11th. It includes the Pearl Harbor attack. I think this is the biggest threat to our nation. People will smile when I say that, but the smart people are going to say, he's probably right. It's basically introducing communism into the United States of America. There's never been anything so dangerous. Thank you very much, everybody.
Well, Jim, I'm going to jump on here. I'm not sure where. Oh, there. Okay, now John's getting back. Let me bring him back on.
Okay.
There we are.
Good. There's the band.
Jim, good to see you. A little men's room break there.
No,
good to have you with us,
Jim.
Jim.
I was doing great. Kurt Signetti came in, and that made me very happy.
Oh, good deal. Hey, Jim, I just got to tell you this. I had this conversation with Todd a few minutes ago, but break down this communist takeover of the Democratic Party, lock, stock, and barrel. They're now run by the communists. I got a couple clips here I'm going to run, but start with your opening analysis of what is actually going on here.
Well, actually, this is a natural extension of what the Democratic Party's been almost this entire century. Barack Obama came swooping in 2008. What everyone thought they were doing when they elected him president was finally breaking that race barrier, where we elected our first black president. And to be candid, it was a great feat on the surface. The problem is underneath, he actually was doing what he intended to do, which is to transform America. I mean, he said that they were going to radically transform it, and he did. This whole NGO complex thing we're going through is part of that. But what's at the core of who Barack Obama is? And to be candid, it's always been on the socialist, communist end of things. Remember, he was a community organizer. There is nothing ideologically about community organizing that is any less than communist at its foundation, because it's about centralized government. It's about the use of power in government to force social and cultural change, all of which he did, none of which he could say explicitly at the time, because politically that just is not where we were at. You fast forward to today with AOC. And by the way, I just saw Elon Musk shared a video yesterday about AOC, about Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. They literally had 10,000 applications, the Bernie Sanders crew did, to try to figure out who they were going to run in political office. I mean, she's literally that fake. I mean, we already knew that, but it's just very interesting to see that information. But you bring in her crew and the people like her, the squad, they're clearly socialist communists in their outlook. Obviously, Bernie Sanders is. Bernie Sanders vacationed in Russia for his honeymoon, right? So all this is just a natural extension of what the Democrat Party has been becoming for the last 20 plus years.
So you just think it's an extension of where they're going. That's an interesting concept. Let's get to a couple of clips here. Let's get to cut 7. Here's the CNN K file on this communist running in New York. I can't really say her name, Darrell Zavilia Chevalier or something. Deleted a bunch of posts favoring communism. Roll this. Take a look at this. Cut 7.
Tonight, K-File exclusively uncovering deleted social media posts from Democratic congressional nominee Darrell Avila Chevalier's old X account, including favorable references to communism, Marxist ideology, and authoritarian communist figures. The post surfacing as President Trump takes aim at Avila Chevalier and other Democratic Socialist candidates nominated in last week's New York primary elections. He's calling them communists. And Trump was just asked if he's concerned about, quote, more socialist candidates running for office nationwide, and he responded with this.
Okay, let's get to 9. Give me a 9. Dan.
Democrats are not going to win by defending this version of capitalism. I want us to be a big tent party.
We are a big tent party focused on the ordinary concerns of everyday Americans.
It's important that we welcome them as part of our caucus. We have to have a big tent.
Okay, so now they're defending this by saying there's a big tent when they're all of these guys like Murphy and them, they're all going to get beat in Democratic primaries. This is what I find hilarious. You got Ro Khanna, for instance, out there defending these candidates. Unbeknownst to him, he is going to get beat in the next primary by one of them. They're going to beat them all. Every one of these blue districts. Look, we got a race right now. Today, I think it's in Colorado, right? Hickenlooper is running for U.S. Senate again.
No. Michael Bennet. Michael Bennet is.
Bennet, right?
Running for governor.
Governor. I mean,
yeah.
What's the deal there? The communists have taken over Colorado. I call them the weed communists.
Well, I'm flying out to Colorado for vacation, by the way, because I lived there for so long. I was on the radio in Denver for 4 years. I ran organizations statewide there. I worked in the state legislature even for a while. Listen, the Democrat Party in Colorado actually epitomizes well ahead of time what the national Democrat Party is. You know, I've known current Governor Jared Polis for a lot of years. When I was working on Capitol Hill for Tim Huelskamp from Kansas, Justin Amash had Jared come in because Jared always claimed to be to the Liberty Caucus, all because he claimed to be libertarian. And the thing is, you know, and I always told Jared I kicked his butt because he funded against the marriage amendment effort in 2006 I ran. I beat him. They outspent us 6-1 and we won that. So there's always this opportunity if we're just willing to do the work. But the Democrat Party there has been of this very sort. I mean, look at what they did to Tina Peters. It was very fascist. They threw her in jail. You have utilized the power of government levers to shut down their political opponents. Colorado was one of the early states to do mail ballots, so that's consistent. But what is interesting is Michael Bennett has been very popular in Colorado for a very long time. He used to head up the Denver Public Schools. He worked for Phil Anschutz. A lot of people don't know that. Phil Anschutz is a conservative Christian guy. But, Michael Bennett's a capable guy in many ways. But he's just been one of these tools and pawns of the left that are like you rightly say, are going to get consumed by this communist wing. By the way, Ro Khanna fashions himself as picking up that mantle moving forward. It's pretty obvious Bernie Sanders can't run for president. So who's the alternative? Well, you see Ro Khanna, who at one time seemed a lot more, he's always been a leftist, but he always seemed more reasonable. Even my former boss, Thomas Massey, and he have been friends. And on First Amendment issues, the FISA issue, Ro Khanna very privately was questioning what the Biden administration was doing to shut down free speech on social media platforms. We found that out through the Twitter files. Well, he's thrown all that away. He's in survival mode. And actually, in many ways, because he lives in Silicon Valley, he thinks he can raise the money to potentially run for president. He's seeking to pick up that mantle. But the problem with all of this is, and with communism in general, is the whole useful idiot thing. Yeah, and people think I'm saying that as a pejorative. It is pejorative in a way, but this is a very well-known construct that people who seek communist-style power of the Leninist sort, of the Maoist sort, they're willing to use useful idiots who are willing to advance them in what they're doing. And then once they're used, they throw them off to the side. That is happening right now. We're going to see a massive communist takeover of the Democrat Party moving forward. And as you know, I've said for a long period of time, the Democrat Party's not an American party. They do seek to overthrow the American Republic, and we just didn't fully realize it was going to be the Chevaliers of the world and the Mamdanis of the world who were actually going to do it. Well, that's happening right now. We're going to have not only the squad, but you're going to have 3 communists sitting in Congress next year. Consider that. It's not a question. It is going to happen. So think about what that means. This is really breathtaking.
You got 3 communists and you've got 3 agents of foreign countries sitting in the U.S. Congress. There's 6 of them basically not representing America. And we allow this to happen. Did you ever think you'd see this?
Not in quite this way, but this has been going this way with the Democrat Party for a long time for the reasons I said earlier. Listen, what happened? Well, here's another thing that happened, just so people are aware, because it's easy to forget this, especially the Gen Z and millennial crowd, some of whom may be listening to us right now. This all began prior to 2000. Remember, in the 2000 election, Bush v. Gore and all of that kerfuffle, where Florida was the deciding factor, and the Supreme Court ultimately came in and told the frankly corrupt Democrat vote counters in Palm Beach County, Florida, to stop counting votes because they were looking for votes. They were trying to bring Al Gore over the top. Democrats got upset about it. But prior to that, the what so-called religious right was on a massive upswing. Led by Dr. James Dobson, Chuck Colson, D. James Kennedy, some of these people who were having a very positive effect in terms of their ability to get people elected and to move mostly evangelical voters. And the Democrats were going nuts over that. The rise of that movement, which is precisely in part what this whole communist and Barack Obama movement has been about shutting down. The IRS scandal, where Barack Obama was destroying Tea Party organizations that were rising up, most of which had a Christian motivation. And then I remember I ran this marriage amendment in 2006. We were outspent 6-1. They put millions of dollars against passing a marriage amendment in Colorado. Look at what they did with Prop 8 in California. Even the then head of Mozilla, who had given money to the Prop 8 marriage amendment effort, he eventually had to get kicked off kicked out of there, and he's the guy that developed the Brave browser right now. If people are using it, he got kicked out of Mozilla because he just stood up for marriage. They literally published every donor who gave to that Prop 8 in California. They published them online, put a dot on a Google map. People were being intimidated. I mean, this is very communist stuff. So this has been growing as an outgrowth of our efforts after the 94 election, when Republicans took back the Congress for the first time in 40 years. The growth of the conservative, evangelical right, even libertarian right, became so offensive that they've had to twist the system ever since. And that it is a communist effort. And this is why the Save America Act is so important, because we are on that trend and we've got to stop it. Thomas Massey the other day said, yeah, I'm going to vote for the Save Act, but I mean, we got much more important things that we got to be worried about. I totally disagree with that. This is the most important one, because the communist move will gain a foothold if we cannot have fair elections. Now, they may still win, and we're in a free society. People can run. But you cannot do this fairly with elections that are screwed up. And our election system in many states is entirely screwed up. It's got to be turned around.
I mean, only the Save Act can do that.
Only the Save Act.
Even President Trump admitting yesterday it's not going to pass. I mean, it doesn't matter what we say, what we do, what the polls are, how many Republicans are for it. You know, John Thune won't do anything. He won't fire the parliamentarian. He won't go get rid of the filibuster. He won't do anything. And now he's saying he doesn't have the votes. And he said, even if it got to the floor, we don't have 50 Republican votes. That's what he said the other day.
Listen, they don't even have to fire the parliamentarian. I agree they should, because she's a whack job that Harry Reid put in many years ago. But they don't even have to fire her. They just have to ignore her, because it's the members who make the rules, right? It's the parliamentarian just makes a judgment as to whether they feel like it falls within the rules. That doesn't mean that they're the final say on whether it does or not. That's a vote on the floor by the members. The members run the body. John Thune is a useful idiot too, in the sense that I discussed earlier. He is willing to, because of this fake idea that the vaunted, beauty of the Senate, the world's greatest deliberative body, that doesn't even come in for more than 2.5 days a week to talk and takes long breaks. They say that they're standing up for an institution that they have absconded the reputation of many years ago through neglect, through keeping things close to the vest in leadership's hands, so that special interests that they cater to can make a lot of money, including the consultants that work with the National Republican Senatorial Committee, make all their money, and win or lose, they don't even care. When, by the way, you heard earlier that statement that this capitalist system we can't stand for. I'll tell you the capitalist system that they're coming out against, and it's not capitalism at all. It's corporatism. We have a government system where regulatory capture happens in most federal agencies. In other words, the big companies get all the benefits and shut out the smaller competition that might come their way because of the regulatory structure that we have. This is in the USDA, the Department of Agriculture. We see this even sometimes in places like the Federal Trade Commission and the Federal Communications Commission. They make these rules that shut out smaller actors and small business from being able to rise up. And Republicans, or at least Republican leadership, are largely behind that. So they're just feeding that same system. What we're fighting for is a constitutional system that brings the Congress back, and government in general, back to the restrictions of Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution. Everyone should read it, and you're going to find out that well more than half of the things we do in government aren't even constitutional to begin with. We need to rein in government. Donald Trump has attempted and has had some success, limited though it may be, in doing that. And once and if we can ever get there, then the whole communist thing won't matter, because no one will want to do with them. They'll be glad for their freedom. And we got to work on that very diligently right now by calling out John Thune and others.
Well, I tell you, Jim Pfaff, you're on a roll today. What are the? I got one more question here. What is their aim? These communists that are winning, what do they want? What do they want? What is their goal?
They truly do believe that society is turned against the average man. There are a lot of them very altruistically that believe the false notion that if you that you can even have a communist system to begin with, because even these that are eating up the Chuck Schumers of the world, and they're going to kick them out and get rid of them. But even those people, the Chevaliers of the world and the Mamdanis of the world, they don't even know that they're going to be subsumed by an authoritarian system. The reason communism and socialism doesn't work is it requires authoritarianism to make it happen. People won't voluntarily do it. What do you think the American dream's all about? People wanting to better themselves and to grow and build something for their family, for their heritage. And does everyone do this without sin and without corruption? No. 6,000 years of recorded human history proves the radical corruption of mankind. So we're always dealing with that. The thing is that the system that we've built allows people who do have a good way of thinking to be able to succeed and do good to others. Communism wants to impose good, and I'm using air quotes here as I talk, upon others. The altruistic idea that no one gets left behind, that everyone has health care, that everyone has a retirement, or whatever it is that they feel like, man, it's really shameful and horrible when someone doesn't have these things and they're struggling. Well, that's true. But the way you get about it is through a true free market system, not through an imposed system that is enforced by government, because there's no incentive for the bad actors to do what's right. The only incentive to do well is through free markets, which require even the greedy jerk that wants to be a billionaire has to follow the golden rule by treating employees well, by treating customers well. They even have to do that, even if they want to be greedy and wealthy. You can't do it any other way, and communism seeks a different path and impose that. But it can't ever work because it always falls under its own weight.
Jim Pfaff, I want to thank you for being with us, Chairman, Conservative Caucus. Jim, people want to follow you. Where do they go?
Go to theconservativecaucus.com.
All right, Jim, I'll see you soon. Have a great holiday weekend. Don't forget to visit the State Fair in Washington, D.C. It's absolutely breathtaking. It's gorgeous. It's going to have so much fun. Big fireworks display coming, 250, baby. Let's go in the safest, most beautiful city in America. But the communists are trying to destroy it. Jim, thanks for being. They're going to try to destroy it. But, Jim, as I'm standing here today, there'll be no home rule a year from today. It'll be gone. Trump's going to run the city. Okay, folks. Hey, this segment brought to you by our great friends at the vaping industry. The thing I love about vaping is it's free. It's not free to vape. It's freedom. Freedom to decide what is best for you. Freedom if you want to get off smoking like I did, and I smoked a pack and a half a day for a long time. I smoked American Spirit Blue. Now they're like, I don't know how much they are now, like $10 a pack or something. Some outrageous amount of money. I couldn't even afford it anyway. But vaping helped me, and vaping helps a lot of people. Also, people just enjoy to vape, and they should have that opportunity. You got to be over 21. And there are many, many businesses that have opened that are in the vaping business. And it's a small business enclave. You know, when President Trump ran in 24, I talked about, and he talked about getting the vape vote. This was really an important vote to get, the vape vote, no question about it, because there's a lot of people that vape and they feel like they've been kicked to the curb. And a lot of people that own vape shops feel that they're never supported and they're always the enemy of big tobacco, which has got all the money. When you got the money and the leverage and you're the little guy, it's tough. You know, I speak from experience in a lot of different things, right? Closing these businesses is not going to result in the loss of revenue for the communities they serve, but also the loss of choice and access for consumers like us, especially in many communities that supported President Trump. So vaping is an alternative to smoking. Is it good for you? No, but it's a lot better than cigarettes. And it's how to get there, okay? Alcohol's not good for you either. Beer's not good for you either. We still drink it, right? Because people have that choice. We already had prohibition. It didn't work. So It's all about the big tobacco companies trying to screw the vaping industry. This is why we need President Trump's help. And the politics surrounding small businesses and the vaping industry. The Biden administration was determined to eliminate the industry because they've taken all the money from big tobacco, and their mission to keep these products out of hands of Americans was harmful to the economy, employment, and the public health. I ask you to support the Vapor Technology Association. Support the Vapor Technology Association. Go to vaportechnology.org. That's vaportechnology.org for more information. This message paid for and authorized by the Vapor Technology Association. John McLaughlin coming up. We'll be right back.
Seeing it really impact areas like the Ohio Valley, through the Mid-Atlantic and into the Northeast. And it looks like the main, like the primary time frame for like the most extreme heat will be on Thursday and Friday, both. We're looking at Thursday probably being the period where we see the most potential for record highs.
Scott Kleebauer at the National Weather Service. We're talking triple-digit temperatures combined with high humidity, making it even more uncomfortable and dangerous. Homeless in Nashville, Logan King picking up a bottle of cold water from a shelter.
It's been really hot, sweating, dripping, as you can see. It's just miserable, honestly. But this helps so much, like, oh my goodness.
3 firefighters killed over the weekend battling a Colorado wildfire. They were part of a specialized crew that goes into remote areas to quickly put out new fires. 2 other crew members suffered burns. The crew was overcome after deploying an emergency shelter to shield themselves from the fast-moving fires. 1,700 and counting, that's the death toll in earthquake-ravaged Venezuela, where search and rescue efforts are ongoing. The Supreme Court's expected to release more rulings today, some very closely followed cases, rulings having to do with birthright citizenship in girls' sports. Yesterday, the court ruled that states can count late-arriving mail-in ballots. President Trump is pointing to that decision as another reason for Congress to pass the Election Integrity Save America Act. On Wall Street, Dow futures are 72 points higher. The NASDAQ futures up 108 points. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Hey, I'm Kirk Cameron. Is health insurance eating up your budget for 2026? If you're looking for ways to better steward your finances, consider this: Christian Healthcare Ministries. It's a health insurance alternative at half the cost. Join CHM today by visiting chministries.org/wellness. While insurance companies tell you when to join, what to pay, and where to go, CHM is different. As a ministry, CHM allows you to share the burden of medical bills with other Christians. You can enroll, switch programs, or leave at any time. Christian Healthcare Ministries. It's a world of difference. CHM has 4 flexible programs. You can pick any certified doctor, surgeon, or hospital that you want for eligible care. So make the switch. Take your paycheck back from health insurance this year. Join CHM today by visiting chministries.org/wellness. That's chministries.org/wellness.
Britain has unveiled a forward-looking defense plan. It's a plan that's chock full of cutting-edge technology.
Self-flying fighter jets, uncrewed submarines and drones will be at the centre of Britain's future military under a defence plan being announced that reflects a world of conflicts transformed by technology. The defence investment plan has been repeatedly delayed as military leaders and Treasury officials in Britain wrangle over the cost of equipping the country for an increasingly dangerous world. Like other NATO nations, the UK is under pressure to increase defence spending to counter a more aggressive Russia and a less reliable US. The government says the spending plan has been refocused in the past few weeks under new Defence Secretary Dan Jarvis. That includes a bit more money than the $18 billion former Secretary John Healey was offered. I'm Charles Dillard.
And the UK has been watching how drones have transformed war in Ukraine, which uses $200,000 a month to defend against the Russians. News and analysis, townhall.com. Some new research highlights differences within the Democratic Party's diverse voter base.
According to Pew Research, black and Hispanic voters, while still largely aligned with Democrats, often differ from the party's more progressive wing. Many support economic liberal policies, but takes more moderate positions on social issues. They're also more likely to favor stricter border enforcement and stronger policing than progressive activists. The findings point to an evolving Democratic base with key voting blocs not fully embracing the party's shift to the left. Ron Taylor reporting.
Tom Kean Jr., the New Jersey Republican who's been away from Congress for close to 4 months with an unspecified medical condition, is set to reemerge today. He has missed more than 100 votes and has not been publicly in Washington or in his district. Kean is promising to be transparent about why he was away for so long with no explanation. More on these stories, townhall.com.
And they're off. This summer, the Thunder returns to Colonial Downs Racetrack. Live thoroughbred racing June 25th through September 7th. Feel the excitement. Hear the roar of the crowd. Experience Virginia's premier horse racing destination every Thursday through Sunday all summer long. Bring the whole family for Family Fun Sundays, packed with activities for all ages. Parking? Free. General admission? Free. Memories? Priceless. Make Colonial Downs Racetrack your new summer fun time tradition. Get tickets and race day info now at colonialdowns.com.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendment, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
Trouble getting to sleep and staying asleep is infuriating. Your mind races, you toss and turn. Nutrition company Healthy Cell created REM sleep to help you quickly fall asleep, stay asleep, and sleep deep. Unlike other supplements that don't work, REM sleep is not a pill. It's a gel you swallow with ultra absorption of science-backed ingredients supporting all 4 stages of sleep. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order. Risk-free. Love it or your money back. Guaranteed. Healthycell.com. Code Godzilla.
Bad decisions limit future options. Make enough bad decisions and you will destroy your life. Listen to The Flatline with your host Rick Hughes every Sunday morning on the John Fredericks Radio Network. The Flatline describes a main line of resistance in your soul, built on God's Word. Join us every Sunday morning for 30 minutes of inspiration, motivation, and education, all without manipulation. That's The Flatline with Rick Hughes, heard here every Sunday at 8:30 a.m. on the John Fredericks Radio Network.
This is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Solti. We got a wonderful email from one of our customers up east named Joe, and here's what he had to say. I started taking Solti almost out of desperation with little hope because I was resigned to the futility that although I was up to taking 2 statins a day, high cholesterol was something I just had to learn to live with. In fact, when I turned 60, after taking a stress cardio test, my doctor called me on a Saturday, which of course is never a good sign, and told me that I was clogged more than 95% of the people my age. I had an angioplasty and a stent procedure done at that time. Today, my stubborn triglycerides are only 1/3 of what they had been before starting taking Solti. My prescription statin dosage has shrunk from 60 milligrams to only 10 milligrams a day. My primary care doctor that I have had for many years still can't believe the results, and neither can I. Thank you, Solti, for providing such a wonderful product. And folks, I want to invite you to take care of your heart also by going to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. Use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% discount on your initial shipment. Thanks so much.
And later on, at summer's close, the crack of bats where heroes rose. We cheered at games beneath sky, remembering those who sacrificed. Oh, liberty, land of the brave and true, blessed by God in all we do, from golden shores to mountains grand. The greatest blessing in this land, we raise our voices clear and bold, a story that will not grow old.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's the John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who trucks the truth from coast to coast, John Fredericks.
Your Godzilla of the truth, your Oracle of the Deplorables. Truth and clarity live here. Coming live from your nation's capital, Washington, D.C., the cleanest, safest, most beautiful city in America. Come and celebrate 250 with us. It's safe, it's clean, it's beautiful. 250 is going to be great. Don't forget the state fair is gorgeous. All the states represented. Even Pennsylvania, Shapiro said he wouldn't go because he hates Trump, even though Pennsylvania is a big part of our country's history. But Senators Dave McCormick and Democrat colleague senator in Pennsylvania, Fetterman, well, they got together and they raised a bunch of money and they got their own Pennsylvania thing going. So they're represented as well. No thanks to Governor Josh Shapiro. What a D-bag that guy is, man. This guy's the worst. John McLaughlin's coming up, and he's got a lot of polling information so we can break through the fake polls. Got fake news and fake polls. Fake news, fake polls. Fake news, fake polls. John's going to break all that down. He's our noted pollster for President Trump. He's got a lot of the goods that he's going to be delivering, and made a special effort to get here today for us because he's traveling overseas, and so we want to thank him for that. But look, I want to talk to you about a no-brainer. Anybody that's interested in public safety, here's what's broken. Federal probation officers are managing over 100 cases each. It's about double what their caseload should be. They can't do it. Twice what is recommended or manageable. Now, a lot of people then slip through the cracks, things of that nature. Now, the Safer Supervision Act, well, it fixes this. It lets officers focus on real public safety threats instead of drowning in paperwork. And it's endorsed by the frontline officers who say it's going to help them do their jobs better. Now, 96% of Trump voters say that public safety has to come first. And also, this is passed in many states. We want to make this federal legislation that basically it says this. Somebody's done his time. They're on a probation. They're under supervision of a probation officer. If they're doing everything right, everything like they should be, and drug and alcohol free, they have a job, they're productive in society, then we want to give that probation officer the opportunity to recommend to a judge that that person be taken off of supervision so the parole officer can focus on those that really need the supervision. And so two people have to sign off on it, the probation officer who knows best and the judge. And then if they do, he's released or she's released, and they go on with their life, and the probation officer can go do something else. This is critical bill. It's making its way through the Senate now. It's in markup. It's had hearings. It's going to get out of committee. So we need your help. And all you got to do is visit safersupervision.com. Safer, just check it out. Safersupervision.com. This has been paid for by the Reform Action Fund, and we thank them for the great work they're doing. I've been a proponent of this in every state from the beginning. It is simply the common sense right thing to do. Safersupervision.com. Let's go to our good friend, John McLaughlin, resident pollster for President Trump. John, great to have you with us.
Hello, great to be here.
Well, John, the fake news and fake pollsters have been at it. Break down some of your shocking findings. Start with the good news. that the president's approval rating after the Iran deal, you got to back up to 50%. Explain that.
Well, by the way, first of all, we only poll likely voters. So we poll people who we know who they are, we know that they're going to vote, and we ask them how likely they are to vote, because the turnout for the presidential year was 155 million voters. For the last two midterms, it was 118 million in 2018, 112 million in 2022. So it's going to drop. The question is, how much will it drop? And but so there are presidential year voters who don't come out. We're very worried about the 77 million who voted for President Trump. They may not turn out this year if they don't think Republicans are delivering on the Save America Act, on voter ID, on tax cuts, economic growth, on security issues. They may not come out and vote. So you've seen that over the past year in Virginia for governor and New Jersey for governor. Trump got 2 million votes. Only 1.4 million people voted for the Republican candidate. So there'll be a lower turnout. So we screened for likely voters. And in that survey, President Trump, last month we had him 48 job approval. We had 47 disapprove. This month it was 50 approve, 46 disapprove. And in the same poll, we had people from what they know or read or heard in the media, do they approve or disapprove of the ceasefire deal with Iran? And 51 to 34 they did. Now, on the other hand, you had 3/4 of the votes, 76% saying that they approve of the fact that Iran would not have nuclear weapons or be subject to inspections. Another 75% said Iran would have to not supply terrorists with support terrorism throughout the Middle East against Israel, against our allies. So the deal has the potential to get better. On the other hand, the plurality of voters don't like the idea if Iran keeps any of their nuclear capacity, whether it's a low level or not. And they certainly don't like the idea of them getting, unfrozen assets or whatever. So, there's a long way to go on these negotiations. But for the time being, the public supports what President Trump is doing. Although what's interesting is if they follow left of center media, they disapprove of the ceasefire deal. So now the left is in favor of war, I guess. I don't know. But you can find these results. It's on our website on McLaughlinOnline.com. We publish the results, wrote about it on Newsmax blog. And also in there, what's concerning is even though Trump had a 50 job approval, the Republicans for Congress generically were only getting 43% of the vote. The Democrats were ahead at 46%. So there's a gap between generic support for Republicans and President Trump, what he's getting in our polls. So
why is that?
They're not getting stuff done. I mean, you don't have voter ID, right? You didn't pass the Save America Act. You don't have proof of citizenship. The Senate decides that they want to keep the filibuster. While most Americans, we found last month, 56-28, they support, making sure we have honest elections with voter ID and proof of citizenship. But for whatever reasons, 56-28, they would prefer that over saving the filibuster. But Republicans in the Senate want to save the filibuster. And I think most voters understand that once the Democrats take control of Congress, if they do, God forbid, if they do, they'll get rid of it. So it's like
they'll get rid of it the next.
They're more important in getting things.
It won't survive a half hour. Everybody knows that. I mean, these John Thune, the whole bunch of them are so ridiculous. But let's get back to Trump's approval rating 50%. But yet, people in one poll you had a big gap in country moving in the right direction or wrong direction was like, I think I saw 58-36. So a tremendous gap there. People think we're heading in the wrong direction. Explain that, John.
Well, again, and a lot of it has to do with the economy, because the top issues are economic issues. Where in this poll, when we asked them about the top issues, they said it was cost of living was 25%. Other economic issues add up to 46%. Another 27% were concerned about various social issues, protecting Social Security, Medicare, et cetera. And another 15% were concerned about security issues, whether it's crime or securing the border. That's down significantly since Trump became president. So people, by the way, people can pay attention to the issues in stereo. Like Trump's the commander in chief. So he's responsible for national security. Congress less so. Congress, it's more about the economy, more about cost of living, more about the purse strings. And what's ironic too is we asked them about, even though all the Republicans voted to extend Trump's tax cuts and expand them with no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. People like that. They think the economy's growing, but they just don't think it's growing fast enough to, make up for the damage that Biden and Harris did with all the inflation. So when we ask people, since the Democrats will vote against any tax cuts, or to get the economy growing, use the majority, pass a reconciliation bill. Would you approve or disapprove a pro-growth reconciliation bill that cuts waste, fraud, and corruption, would require proof of citizenship and voter ID to vote, and expands middle-class tax cuts? 59% of all voters are in favor of that. Disapprove is only 29%. You've got 80% of the Republicans, 59% of the independents, and even 37% of the Democrats. We don't think the economy is growing fast enough, which accounts for the wrong track right now. We want to get out of the problems that Biden put us in over the last 4 years before Trump got to be president. And people want the economy to get better. By the way, when we tested it, I got these ideas from Steve Forbes, who you know very well,
Yes.
Larry Kudlow, and Steve Moore. When we asked them to approve or disapprove allowing homeowners with low-rate mortgages at 2 or 3% or 4% to transfer that low-rate mortgage to buy a new home, 71% to 14% of all voters said that's a good idea. So, you want to expand housing? That's a good way to help young people. Approve, disapprove of new tax cuts where 7 brackets for federal income taxpayers, right? We're a long way off from the flat tax. In order to grow the economy and helping of affordability, cutting tax rates for middle-class taxpayers who earn $200,000 or less and are currently paying income tax rates of 22 or 24%, cutting those brackets down to only 5, where you'd have 12% federal income tax for those middle-class taxpayers. They support that 68 to 18. Do they approve or disapprove of indexing capital gains for inflation so taxes don't rise with inflation? 62 to 16, they support that. These are all voters. So, there's a plan to get another pro-growth reconciliation plan through Congress. We call it the Kudlow plan, but it'll be the Forbes-Kudlow plan by the time Congress gets it. But if the Republicans want to win in November, they have to do these things so that there's a reason to vote for us. And by the way, even if it doesn't pass, that the Democrats find a way to stop this, we should force the votes, because Chuck Schumer's in this national poll had a 29% favorable rating, 45% unfavorable. He talk about unpopular, the perfect opponent for President Trump. Schumer's the one who shut down the government to slow economic growth. He's the one who supported Jerome Powell and what they were doing to keep interest rates high to hurt the economy. Let's have it let's have a contrast with the Democrats. We're heading into the fall season.
Well,
let's see how many Democrats.
But John, you go into you look at your generic poll, and you're polling likely voters, and we're down by 3, which is not, we got some polls have the generic gap 12, right? I mean, they're fake, right? But some have got it 12. But it's 3, it's doable, but it's still from a McLaughlin poll to be down by 3 generic likely voters. It's a little concerning. And I know what we have to do to turn it around, but do we have time?
Yes, we have time, because, you have 11% still undecided, and we're only down 3 points. That 11% that's undecided, they have a net approval for President Trump for his job rating. So you have the time to do it, but Trump's not on the ballot. So these Republicans have to give the voters a reason to come vote for them over the Democrats. And look at the Democrats. They want tax hikes. They want open borders. Look at what's going on inside the Democrat Party. Today, there's a primary in Colorado where an ultra-liberal Congresswoman, DeJette, may lose to a pro-Hamas radical, like we saw in New York. You saw mainstream liberal Democrats like Adriana Espaillat, the head of the Hispanic caucus, lose to a Mondami-supported radical who after the October 7th massacre in Israel of Jews, she went to a pro-Hamas rally the next day. She also doesn't think, when she was repeatedly asked, should murderers go to prison, she wouldn't answer the question. These are the kinds of Democrats. I mean, you had Brad Landers knock off Dan Goldman. Dan Goldman ran on impeachment of Trump. Brad Landers is a Mandami supporter who, he may be Jewish, but he's anti-Israel. And, these are our allies. Who's standing up to Iran to stop them from having nuclear weapons? It's Israel's by our side. They've always supported us in that regard, because for them it's existential. For us, the one thing we found out with this, ever since we went after the Iranians with their nuclear power plant, where they were 11 weeks off from having multiple bombs. If Trump hadn't bombed them, they would have a nuclear weapon right now. But with what they're doing is they're shooting missiles at our bases in the Middle East, and if they had nuclear weapons, they'd use it. So this is really important for us to be able to stop Iran from having nuclear weapons and stopping them from supporting terrorism throughout the world. I mean, how many? They've already had Iranians convicted of plotting to kill President Trump. Doesn't get much press in the U.S., but it's in fact happened.
So, John, I think as people are looking at this and they're looking at the midterms and Trump is not on the ballot and we can't get anything done and Thune won't pass the SAVE Act and we know they're going to cheat, it begs the question, like, it's July 1st tomorrow. We don't have a lot of time here. And, I'm still bullish. I think we can turn it around, but you got to me, the SAVE Act isn't only about getting things done, it's to stop the cheating. What is your, as a pollster, what is your instincts tell you about the level of vote cheating that goes on with these mail-out ballots?
Well, you just saw in California where they have legalized cheating. They have this ballot harvesting's legal out there. So we did a poll for the California Post where right the Thursday before the election, we had a three-way election between Becerra, Steyer, and Hilton. And Hilton, Steve Hilton, he definitely qualified in the top two. But we also did 400 voters in Los Angeles, and 2/3 of the Los Angeles voters are Democrats. Karen Bass, ironically, was disliked by 2/3 of the voters. She had a 2/3 unfavorable disapproval rating of the job she's done as mayor. Most Democrats were not voting for her in the initial primary. But we had a three-way tie, virtually statistical tie, among Pratt, among Bass, and also Rahman, the socialist. So all of a sudden, on election day, they stopped counting with about 6 out of 10 votes counted. And you have Karen Bass ahead, and you have Pratt coming in second. But the ballots that came in after election day that were legal, still postmarked or whatever, Rahman's ahead. So they were afraid of Bass losing, and now you get these ballots. There should be an audit of the ballots that came in after election day were counted, because what they did was, rather than risk Bass losing to Pratt as independents, they got Rahman into the runoff. And you've seen the California Post report about how they were paying homeless people, and there's tens of thousands of homeless people in Los Angeles $2 to go vote, or they fill it out there for you, and then they submit the ballot. These mail-in ballots, they mail ballots to everybody, and the people that go collect it are union people or party workers, and who knows if real voters actually sign their ballots or real voters actually cast their ballots.
No one knows when you're just indiscriminately mailing voter mail-in ballots out to everybody. We have the same thing in D.C. I think it's a little more organized than that, but you get your mail-out ballots. It's not like when I was in Pennsylvania, we voted by mail, but right. you had to apply for a mail-in ballot.
Right.
And you have to fill the papers out, sign it. You have to take a photo of your ID. You have to send it to them, and then you would get a mail-out ballot. In D.C., it just shows up in my mailbox. Well, if I'm not living there, if I moved and that ballot shows up, whoever is in that address, and we had 3 ballots mailed to us and Joe John. So we got 3 ballots mailed to us. Somebody else is there. Who's to say it doesn't matter. Nobody's checking these signatures. They go vote wherever they please and just mail it in. And then, you sign the back. Like, you're going to tell me that somebody's not like checking that signature? Come on, man. There's nobody checking those. So God knows, and they just pile up. And if there's, if you're in an apartment complex, not everybody's got a mailbox. So they're laying there on the counter. Everybody can just scoop them up. I mean, it's nuts.
It's absolutely nuts. And by the way, remember after the fiasco of 2000 in Georgia, my client, the late speaker, David Ralston, went and fixed the law where they had to have in Georgia, you had to have voter ID for mail-in ballots, for drop box ballots, early in-person ballots, or on election day. Everybody had to have voter ID. So the Democrats go nuts. They scream Jim Crow, whatever. They say you're a racist, and the law passed. And the law passed, and they fixed the elections, not in time for the 2000 elections or the state or the U.S. Senate runoffs there. And there's been no problems ever since. Herschel Walker lost a close race. Governor Kemp got reelected. Donald Trump won the state again. But you have honest elections in Georgia because you have voter ID. And in California, they mail ballots to everybody. Who knows? They need an audit out there.
They're still counting ballots.
Right, but they need an audit to see those people were alive and eligible.
All right, John, are we going to win the midterms in the House?
We may win the midterms and keep the Senate, and we may win the House, but we need a contrast election with the Democrats on these important issues. And no fraud. They need to pass that Save America Act somehow.
All right, John McLaughlin. You can follow him, McLaughlinonline.com, McLaughlinonline.com. John, thanks for that detailed report about your most updated polling numbers. Thank you. And thank you.
Keep up the great work.
On short notice, John McLaughlin, the man.
Don't give up. Don't give up. Keep fighting.
We keep fighting, John. Thank you. All right, we're going to we got Chairman's Corner coming up. We got an RNC spokesperson talking about these mail-out ballots next.
5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cell's Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
It's finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets, as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, MyPillow mattresses and MyPillow mattress toppers, as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets. Regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard MyPillows, regular $49.98, on sale for $17.98. Wait on it, mega sale only $14.98. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's gonna ship absolutely free.
To take advantage of the second annual mega sale, go to mypillow.com or call 800-854-0504 and use promo code GODZILLA.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
Bad decisions limit future options. Make enough bad decisions and you will destroy your life. Listen to The Flatline with your host, Rick Hughes, every Sunday morning on the John Fredericks Radio Network. The Flatline describes a main line of resistance in your soul, built on God's Word. Join us every Sunday morning for 30 minutes of inspiration, motivation, and education, all without manipulation. That's The Flatline with Rick Hughes, heard here every Sunday at 8:30 a.m. on the John Fredericks Radio Network. Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
I would rather play with 10 people and just get penalized all the way until we got to do something else, rather than play with 11 when I know that right now that person is not sold out to be a part of this team. It is more about them than it is about the team. I cannot play with them, cannot win with them, cannot coach with them, can't do it.
He's your Godzilla of the truth in America. No gibberish or nonsense, just common sense. And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
Okay, you're on the John Fredericks Media Network, and I am your Godzilla of the truth in America, your oracle of the deplorables, coming to you live in Washington, D.C. Mountaineer, Mavericks coming up, 9 o'clock. Governor Patrick Morrisey, West Virginia, he's going to be with us. We got Ali Trillo is going to be with us at the RNC spokesperson, but let us go here to a phone call. Let's get to Dave in Arizona. Dave, you're live. Go ahead.
Thanks so much, Godzilla. So I'm not getting any traction on Section 2, Article 3. So
Right.
my latest epiphany to reclaim our government is to do this. Send Vice President J.D. Vance over to the Senate chambers. I know he knows where it is because he was a senator. As he walks in the Senate, he is what? He's the president of the Senate. He outranks leaderless John Thune. So what he should do then when he walks in is fire the parliamentarian, step number one, right? Who's going to outrank him? Nobody. Step number 2, call the question. It takes 5 GOP senators to call the question, to question leadership, to potentially remove John Thune. And then to do that, it takes 27 senators. Now, J.D. Vance can't vote in that. He can only vote on legislation. He's the tiebreaker. But I think he should go in and flex his statutory muscles as president of the Senate, full stop. Because we're not getting any traction with the current crew over there. And the only way to do it is to remove him. And then I think the third thing he could do as the Senate president is propose the removal of the filibuster. Now, maybe we don't have the votes, but you know what? Let's make all of them go on their record and vote their conscience and let the people decide then if they want to throw them out as their duly elected servants. So that's my suggestion of the day, sir. I like to bring solutions, not just continually whine about problems.
Well,
Thank
Dave,
you.
they don't do anything. I mean, John Thune doesn't do crap. I mean, this is the bottom line. He refuses to act. He refuses to bring this bill to the floor. He refuses to get rid of the parliamentarian. He refuses to override the parliamentarian. He refuses to break the one-person filibuster. He refuses to go to the talking filibuster. And whatever it is, he refuses to do it. And all he tells us is, I don't have the votes. And so, but we don't know who the votes are. And okay, ostensibly you don't have the 50 votes you need. Let's get them. Let's put the pressure on them. Let's do what Mike Lee says, which is you sit there and debate until you get 50 votes. And now you got Mike Lee is putting the SAVE Act in the NDAA in reconciliation. The parliamentarians are going to say, no, you can't do that. All John Thune has to do is say, well, too bad, we're doing it anyway, and fire her butt. I mean, you got to do something. We're not going to win the midterms if we do nothing, if they cheat. And so, we just got a blow yesterday with SCOTUS, with the Roberts, Comey Barrett axis, basically siding with the libtards again to stop the conservatives. I mean, it's insane what is going on, and we expect to win with a track record of doing nothing in the Congress. They expect Congress to win. It's unbelievable. So you're right. Vance should take action. Somebody should take action. One man with courage makes a majority. Right now in the Senate, we got none. Just need one, and we don't have any. So maybe it's Vance. Maybe steps up. Hey, Vance, you want to be president? Go walk in the Senate, grab the gavel, demand a vote, and get it done. That's how you win the nomination. Dave, you nailed it. Thank you. Great call, Dave. Excellent call. Okay, let's get to Amy Triello. She's the Republican National Committee spokesperson with us. Amy, good to have you back. Look, Amy, did I say Amy? Allie, I'm sorry.
It's all right. It's early, John.
No, it's not for me. I get up at 3:45, so it's like the middle of the day for me. Allie Triello with us. Allie, thank you. I want to get to this Supreme Court ruling yesterday, mail-out ballots, count them in perpetuity. There's no timeline. Could be a week, could be a month. I don't know. It could be 6 months while they trickle in. I've never seen anything like this before. The RNC took a very, very strident position on this, and we got overruled by the what I'm calling the Roberts Barrett axis. What was your reaction to that?
Well, the RNC still holds our position to be that mail-in ballots should be received by election day to count. So, of course, we were very disappointed in the decision yesterday, but it doesn't mean that we're going to take our foot off the gas and keep fighting to secure our elections. It was kind of an interesting day because we got this ruling that wasn't in our favor, but then we got word that the Supreme Court was going to take up our proof of citizenship case, that all people need to show proof of citizenship in order to vote. So we're turning our attention to the ways in which we can secure our elections, and we're going to keep fighting, John.
Explain that proof of citizenship opportunity that the Supreme Court is taking up. Allie, walk our audience through exactly what that is and when they're going to rule on it and what it would mean. Elaborate on it.
Absolutely. So for decades, Arizona has had a proof of citizenship law for people to vote in the state. And time again, unfortunately, Democrats continue to challenge this, even though it was lawfully put in place by Arizonans. And the RNC has successfully continued to defend that law. And now it's making its way all the way up to the Supreme Court. We know proof of citizenship is common sense because the law says only Americans can vote in American elections. So we'll keep fighting and do the right thing to secure the ballot box.
Okay, so what would a positive ruling look like and when do you expect it?
Well, we're not quite sure exactly when the Supreme Court will be taking this up. We just got word that they are going to consider this case. So, of course, now we're turning our attention to that. But it goes with everything you're talking about regarding the Save America Act, because we had the negative ruling yesterday when it comes to securing mail-in ballots. That is why we need the Senate to act and pass the Save America Act, because then it will become law that mail-in ballots have to have these protections, that we have to have photo ID, that we have to have proof of citizenship. So right now, again, we have this case that's going to go before the Supreme Court, but we're also turning our attention, as we have been throughout the past 5 or 6 months, to really encouraging the Save America Act to get over the finish line.
Allie, how do you reconcile the fact as a spokesperson for the RNC that your majority leader, John Thune, refuses to take action on the SAVE Act that the RNC is 100% in favor of. I mean, he's your majority leader. How do you guys reconcile that?
Well, we know that Republicans are trying to get this over the finish line. It passed the House, and we have been trying to support our party to get it through the Senate. Some good news is we are all in on President Trump. We know that he is a master negotiator, and he was up on Capitol Hill last week meeting with John Thune, meeting with senators, and doing everything he can to get this deal over the finish line. So I know that it's been a lot in the headlines. But again, as the Republican Party spokesperson for election integrity, I really want to call out the Democrats. The Democrats, time and time again, vote against the Save America Act, even though 80% of Americans support this common sense legislation. Republicans, Democrats, and independents. So we really need to be looking at Democrats who clearly hate America.
It doesn't matter. We've got five. We've got a leader. And look, I understand the position you're in, okay? It's not easy. I get it. I'm sensitive to that. And you're doing a good job. But the frustration here for all of us, the frustration is we've got a majority leader that won't do anything about it, won't act on it. You've got a parliamentarian of the Senate appointed by Harry Reid, served through Obama and Biden, not ruling in her favor, has no power, yet Thune accepts it, should fire her butt, won't do that. Then you've got at least 4 Republicans saying even if it came to the floor, they'd vote no, right? Cassidy, Thune, Tillis, McConnell, who's in a wheelchair or something, right? I'm not even sure the guy's lucid. And Murkowski's vote no. Collins says she's voting no, although without her help, she can't win. The communist wins. This is do you understand the frustration of rank and file Republicans that support the party, like me, Ward 2 Chairman, DC, on party apparatus, but the frustration of we can't get our leaders to act. The Democrats never have this problem. The communists, they vote with each other, doesn't matter what it is, they all support it, they'll get rid of the filibuster if they take over in 15 minutes. I'm just asking, do you understand our frustration?
Absolutely. And we see the frustration coming from our base, and we understand how vital it is to have common sense election laws passed. And of course, our position is that we want to see the Save America Act passed. President Trump yesterday, speaking to the media, was also saying that he needs all Republicans to unify behind this legislation. And for us at the political arm here at the RNC, we're doing everything we can to promote this common sense legislation. We have 150 active cases right now in more than 30 states to secure our elections. So we are fighting, John, and we're with you on wanting to see our elections become even more secure.
No, look, the RNC is doing a great job. I mean, the number of lawsuits you guys have filed are off the charts. It started under Michael Whatley. It's now continuing under Chairman Gruters. So I have no beef with the RNC. I think they're doing a phenomenal job. And I tell you that all the time. This is the best RNC organization I've experienced. And I've been involved in stuff for a very long time. So you guys are doing a great job. So our frustration is not with you, Joe Gruters, Molly Safried, any of it's not there. The frustration is with John Thune and a handful of Republicans in the Senate that won't act on it. Now you got Mike Johnson just put this in reconciliation today. He's got a 2-vote majority. He gets it in reconciliation. He's attaching it to the NDAA. And now, as soon as he gets to the Senate, the parliamentarians are going to throw it out. Now Thune's got to act. What will he do?
Well, again, I think we need to continue to beat the drum that we must pass the Save America Act, and we are confident in our party to get this over the finish line. And with President Trump at the helm, he is fantastic, arguably the best president we've ever seen. So we're confident he can figure out a way to get the senators to get this done.
You're a great spokesperson for the RNC in that topic, and you stay on message. Very good, very impressive. I always enjoy having you on because we get the banner, and you just got to sit there and deal with it because you know everything I'm saying is right. But,
John, I love visiting with you in the mornings. I haven't seen you in a while. I'm excited to be here.
It's always fun. It's always fun having the banter with you because it's so, for the base, I get so many people that, blame the RNC constantly. And it's like, stop, right? It's not, the RNC is doing the best job that I've ever seen them do. It's the best organization ever. They got how many lawsuits? Like 150 on voter integrity?
More now. We have more now. And I do want to comment to our base. For me, the election integrity arm, the base, you guys are my people. We love you. We hear you. And we are working so hard to deliver every single day. So hang with us, vote Republican, and we're here to deliver.
We want to be heard.
Absolutely.
That's the whole thing. We want to be heard. And the frustration with John Thune and these rhinos in the Senate that are stopping the SAVE Act, which is supported by 80% of Americans. This isn't like we're talking about we want you supporting an ICE raid in Brooklyn. Okay, stop. This is supported by 80% of Americans, right? 97% of Republicans think you should have a simple voter ID and like you should prove citizenship to vote. This is the biggest no-brainer in the history of man. And we can't even get it to the floor for a vote. If Murkowski and Collins are going to vote no, right? If Tillis is going to vote no. If McConnell, they can wheel him in on his filibrator machine or whatever he is, and he can punch his finger or something, roll him in. Go vote no. Cassidy hates Trump, fine. Let's see it. We won't even get it to the floor. And so now it's going in reconciliation. But by the way, Johnson's a beast. This guy is incredible. What he does with a 2-seat majority, like, I don't know how anybody could criticize what anything Johnson's done. This guy's got a 2-seat majority. He gets all this stuff done. Putting in reconciliation, putting in the NDAA, you're going to have the parliamentarians going to throw it out. All Thune has to do is overrule her, and then you have a vote.
John, I feel we're burying the lead here. The 80% of Americans want this, and Democrats keep voting against it. Democrats hate our country. They want to cheat in our elections, and we got to get some anger going towards the Democrats.
You're so right. The Communist Party, it's basically, they call it Democratic Socialist. The Democrat in front of the name is basically a facade. It's just makeup.
Yes, and they require ID. Mondami requiring 3 forms to shovel snow. President Obama requiring a photo ID at his library. We have Roy Cooper requiring it at his campaign events. We need to look at Democrats as the hypocrites. They are not for America. They are not for a majority of Americans. They want to cheat in our elections, and we need to turn the temperature up on them.
How do we win the Michael Whatley race?
Well, we keep putting him out there and showing people that he is the strongest, most fantastic candidate. He built a fantastic operation here at the RNC. His legacy carries on, and all he needs to do is be himself, and he is the right man for the job.
That's the upset that I'm predicting. This guy, look, I'm really, really good friends with Michael Whatley. This guy has been underestimated in everything he's done, and he's always underestimated. And he was one of the best chairmen, I think, in the history of the RNC, as far as I'm concerned. And I think he's going to pull that upset and beat Cooper in North Carolina.
Absolutely.
I think he's going to do it. He's always the underdog. He's always underestimated, and he always comes through at the end. I think you're going to see him close. How does Collins beat that communist in Maine?
Listen, we do not want communists, and we obviously need people to lead our nation that have common sense and have values and have character. So I think that's a pretty easy one.
What's your message to your base that's dispirited, that is right now, polls show, not going to turn out in the midterms, which is going to cost us the House, just frustrated over the inaction of the Senate not getting anything done? What is your message to our base on that?
Well, look at all of the things that Republicans have delivered so far in just the few years they've been in office. Lowest tax cuts in American history, gas prices hitting an all-time low, now coming back down after President Trump dismantled terrorism in our entire world. We have an administration that is also caring about the future of children with the Trump accounts and creating generational wealth. We have a nation that is thriving. We even have a capital that is safe and beautiful again. I live here in DC as we're about to celebrate America's 250th birthday. If we want to continue to thrive as a country, not to mention border crossings at zero, crime at an all-time low, we have to vote Republican. And that is why we need every single voter to turn out in November.
Are you going to stay with us through the end of the campaign?
I'm here, John. Call me up. We'll talk anytime.
Nobody's going to try to hire you. So you come on shows like ours, and then these candidates are going to try to steal you away. You need to stay here through November. Ali Trillo, thank you. I want to thank you for your spirit, your hard work. And just so everybody knows, this is the best RNC team that's ever been there, ever, without a doubt, up and down. And also want to give a shout out to Molly Seyfried, who does a super job in there, my liaison, everybody at the RNC, the best organization you guys have ever had. And all of our audience should understand that. So for the criticism you guys give the RNC, it's not founded. These guys are doing the best job. I've been following this forever. I can go back to, I don't know how many chairmen I can go back to. This is the best organization they've ever had, and they're doing a super job. And when we win and hold the House, it's going to be the RNC's organization and apparatus that has been right there and a key part of it. Ali, thank you. Thank you for being with us. If people want to follow you, where do they go?
I'd love for people to follow at RNC Vote Protect on Twitter. That's where we'll keep you updated with all of our election integrity wins and lawsuits. And John, I want to wish you a happy Independence Day. I hope you enjoy your weekend.
And a good 4th, and everybody come out to celebrate 250 in the state fairs, which are gorgeous. You're going to have so much fun there. Lots of stuff to eat too. I got to go there without putting on weight. That's going to be the key. Hey, do me a favor. Tell Molly that I said hi. She's doing a super job.
Will do. Thank you, John.
Thank you. You have a great day. All right. Look, guys, a lot of criticism from the RNC. Big fan of what they're doing. Not a big fan of the DC GOP, which is a clown show, to be honest with you. But big fan of the RNC and big fan of everything they're doing there. And this is really the best organization they've ever had, from spokespeople on down. And the money they're raising, and Joe Greer's doing a good job. But all of the apparatus was set, the infrastructure was set by Michael Whatley, who best chairman in the history of the party, in my judgment. Reince was good. This guy's like 10x. Nothing against Reince, he did a good job. But this guy Whatley was unbelievable, and what he did was incredible. I mean, you go back to the RNC when I don't even want to go back, but the flowers and the money that was spent on nonsense, you go back to that, and our campaigning against the former chairwoman from Michigan, nice lady, really couldn't get the job done. Whatley came in there and did a bang up job and changed it. And the thing is, I'm not counting them out. I've seen Whatley. He kind of comes up the rail, right? He's kind of quiet. He's not up there jumping up and down. He's not on Fox News every 15 minutes, right? He's not doing that. He's not getting the headlines. He just puts his nose to the wheel, puts his shoulder to the wheel, puts his nose to the grindstone. It works. And I think he's resonating now with the Tar Heels, with North Carolinians. And I think he's going to beat Cooper, and I think he's going to pull the upset. So that is a seat that I think the Republicans are actually going to pick up. That's why I think we're going to be +1 in the Senate. It could be +2. We could be +2 because I think we're going to pick up Michigan. So we could be +2. I don't see Georgia. I don't see that. But I think we can win Michigan, North Carolina. We're going to hold Maine. Colin's going to win that race. We're going to hold everything else. So we're going to be a net +2. Give us a 5-seat majority in the Senate, and that'll be then of John Thune. Somebody else has got to be the leader. Mike Lee, Rick Scott, somebody, not him. This guy's got to go. And then in 28, we'll send them packing. John Fredericks Media Network, great to have you with us. Mountaineer Mavericks coming up. Governor Patrick Morrisey joining the Mavericks when we get back.
WJFN, Goochland, Bonaire, Chester, 100.5, 107.7, 92.7 FM, AM 820, and WJFB, Portsmouth, AM 1650.
Breaking news this hour from Town Hall. I'm Rich Thomason. It shouldn't be long now. The Supreme Court expected to release rulings this morning on birthright citizenship and girls' sports. It is possible the rulings could be pushed off one more day, but that's considered unlikely. Yesterday, the High Court affirmed the president's right to fire agency heads. President Trump says that's a good ruling. So will there be any more firings on his watch?
I don't think so. It gives me the right, and not me, it gives a president the right to do what the president should have the right to do. And it's very interesting. It's a big ruling. It's been going on for almost 100 years. They've been working on this, and you know that it comes down at my term is a very great honor. But it bestows additional powers, or maybe the same power on the president. The president has the right to do this.
But House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries not pleased with the ruling. In his words, the framers of the Constitution were intentional about ensuring we didn't have a king-like figure serving as president of the United States. While the nation's midsection and the east deal with a dangerous heat wave, out west, deadly wildfires continue to burn.
3 firefighters killed Saturday battling a wildfire along the Colorado-Utah border were part of a specialized crew that goes into remote areas by helicopter to quickly put out new and rapidly escalating blazes. The crew was overcome after deploying emergency shelters to shield themselves from the fast-moving flames. 2 other crew members suffered burns. The U.S. Forest Service identified those killed as 38-year-old Emily Barker of Clinton Township, Michigan, 27-year-old Nick Hutcherson of Glendale, Arizona, and 26-year-old Sidney Watson of Warrior, Alabama. I'm Ben Thomas.
Ahead of this morning's opening on Wall Street, stock futures a bit lower. The Dow futures are down 8 points. NASDAQ futures 17 points in the red. More on these stories, townhall.com.
When you're vacationing in your RV, there are some things you can always count on. Laying out on a hammock, waking up to birds chirping, and board games with the family.
What? It's not cheating.
Frank, you're scaring the kids.
Oh, come on, guys. We're having fun. It's family time.
With Progressive, your RV is protected 24/7, so you're prepared for whatever you don't see coming.
Technically, it's a loophole.
It's a children's board game. You're a grown man, Frank.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in D.C.
Of all the wireless companies in America, only one has 5 stars in every category from Consumer Reports, and that company is Pure Talk. Coverage, support, value, data. 5 stars across the board. Plus, no service contracts and no cancellation fees. Just phenomenal U.S. customer service on a crazy fast 5G network. Dial pound 250, say micro, and switch to a 5-star American wireless company that won't let you down. Pure Talk.
There are fatalities in a mass shooting in Germany, a suspect in custody.
A male suspect shot and killed at least 6 people at a youth welfare facility in Stade, Germany. Lüneburg Police President Katrin Schul says 4 people who had been shot in a gruesome manner died at the scene. Another died while being resuscitated. Another succumbed to severe injuries. Others were also wounded at the facility, which provides temporary accommodation for pregnant women or young mothers with children. Officials believe it may have stemmed from a custody dispute. All of the victims were employees of the youth center or its affiliates. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
A Ukrainian businessman is believed to have been the target of an explosive device in Monaco. The explosion late yesterday, seriously injuring 3 people before the suspect fled to France. French and Ukrainian media identify one of the injured as a construction tycoon from Ukraine. Townhall.com. New name and a sleek new look for a leading fashion retailer.
The corporation formerly known as Saks Global says it will now go by Exemplar Luxury Group, or ELG. It's still the parent company of Neiman Marcus, Saks Fifth Avenue, and Bergdorf Goodman. All will keep their names. Saks made the change after emerging from Chapter 11 bankruptcy. A new name to go along with a slimmed-down look. Fewer stores, less debt, a more focused strategy, and a new balance sheet including nearly 75% debt reduction and $500 million in new financing. Bob Agnew reporting.
President Trump says he plans to nominate Keith Sonderling as Secretary of Labor. Sonderling has been serving as the agency's acting director since Lori Chavez de Reamer resigned. She stepped down in April amid abuse of power allegations that she denies. Sonderling's a lawyer, has held various leadership posts in the administration. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
And they're off. This summer, the Thunder returns to Colonial Downs Racetrack. Live thoroughbred racing June 25th through September 7th. Feel the excitement. Hear the roar of the crowd. Experience Virginia's premier horse racing destination every Thursday through Sunday all summer long. Bring the whole family for Family Fun Sundays, packed with activities for all ages. Parking, free. General admission, free. Memories, priceless. Make Colonial Downs Racetrack your new summer fun time tradition. Get tickets and race day info now at colonialdowns.com.
The Cats and Cosby Show.
It's the top news of the day.
People are out there saying, the Iranians are never going to live by it. But let me tell you something. President Trump is going to bomb them again if they screw around.
Hopefully they live up to it. And if not, the pounding's coming. We're going to do it again and again and again.
The Cats and Cosby Show, weekdays 5 Eastern, 4 Central on the stations of the John Fredericks Media Network.
Trump is the toughest president we ever had.
Well, he's definitely the best bomber.
1775 Coffee is giving away free starter kits. Try the dark or medium roast coffee with longevity blend, an infused blend with anti-aging calcium alpha-ketoglutarate, which has been clinically proven to reduce biological age. When you purchase the first 2 bags, you'll receive a free 1775 starter kit, including a third 16-ounce bag of coffee, a matte black tumbler, a frother, a gold scoop, or a reusable K-cup filter. Just order now at 1775coffee.com/Godzilla and claim your free 1775 starter kit while supplies last.
In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cell's Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's the John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who tells his players to just keep swinging, John Fredericks.
Great to have everybody with us. I'm John Fredericks, your host, and you are on our weekly edition of Mountaineer. Mavericks Governor Patrick Morrisey joining us by phone. Also joining us, Delegate Michael Haidt, West Virginia House of Delegates, District 92. Delegate Gino Chiarelli, West Virginia House District 78. And Mike Oliveri, my state senator in Morgantown. Great to have you, Mike. Joining us now by phone, Governor Patrick Morrisey. Patrick, thanks. Governor Patrick Morrisey, thanks for being with us today. We're fired up about 250. We love the West Virginia big event you guys have got going on. I've got half of your Republican conference here with me. And just give us a little insight of how you guys put this together and how special our West Virginia tribute is in the state fair, sir.
Well, thank you. And this is a really important time for our state and our country. So we are excited to celebrate, and we know the importance of a historical marker such as 250, because this is something, an experiment that's never happened before in the history of the world. And it's important that people know about the principles that the founders had articulated and the freedoms they fought for, the concept of limited self-government. And we have to remind people about that, and that's worth celebrating. So we're going to be having events all across West Virginia, and obviously having a number of really big shows in Charleston. We have the world's largest mobile Ferris wheel. And I'm going to tell you, there are going to be some, John, who are going to critique it and say, why are they doing that? We have concerts of Alabama, Marshall Tucker. We have a light show. Here's why we're doing it. One, we have to celebrate America's birthday, pay it the respect it deserves. But think about it this way. West Virginia is probably going to have one of the best parties across the country, and that's really good for our economy, for our tourism. We have to make sure we're always stepping out and selling our state, and we have an unbelievable opportunity to continue growing our tourism. It's a beautiful state. We've been slowly but surely seeing more tourists come to West Virginia over a prolonged period of time. I'm trying to accelerate that trend, and that's why this is so exciting for the state. It's going to lead to better memories for our kids and our families, and better economic opportunities for the people who live and work in the Mountain State.
Governor, who had the vision before we turn this over to some of our panel? Who had the vision to get the mobile Ferris wheel there, which is really cool?
Yeah, listen, there were people on our team that were monitoring the mobile Ferris wheel, and they approached me when Philadelphia decided it was not going to take it for the 4th. Apparently, Philadelphia was higher in the queue, and then they opted against it. And so we literally responded in real time. And I had been looking for ways to add to the kind of sizzle of the event, because once again, I want people across the state and the country to see West Virginia as a leader in terms of everything we do, whether it's the tourism, whether it's celebrating our patriotism, or quite frankly, the types of things we've done in the last year and a half that you haven't seen done before. True economic development and building in terms of the kind of CapEx that the state's never seen before, and building on some of the positive things that have occurred in the past. So really thrilled about that. And we've got a great team, and we continue to work to make sure that we can help our state grow.
Well, look, I went by it, Ann and I went by it the other day, and it is, I got to be honest with you, it is probably the best exhibit of any of the 50 states. It is really neat. I'm going to bring in Senator Mike Oliveri here. Mike, you're on with the governor. This thing, you go by the West Virginia State Fair, if you want to call it the expose, whatever you want to say, what they've got going on there, it stands out above all the other states. And it really makes you, if you're in West Virginia and you go by there, you're proud. The other thing is you want to go visit the state. So what the governor said is, it's like you see that, you say, how I want to go there. So I think, Mike, it is going to make a difference in the tourism. And I think the governor's vision of putting this together is really going to play out for you guys.
We're excited about West Virginia being on display there in the National Mall, and even metro stops in the DC area advertising West Virginia, encouraging people to come visit our state. We're very close, Capon State Park, which is near Mike and Chris's home that are also on the show today. We have great facilities in West Virginia. We've invested heavily in promotion of our tourism facilities, our parks, and hope people will think of West Virginia as a place where they can come and play and then come and stay and make their livelihood here. We have a lot of programs that encourage folks to come as remote workers and come live and work and play in West Virginia.
See, Governor, this is why I think you're really capitalizing on getting West Virginia on the map. Obviously, we had the big baseball run. That was a big deal. People kind of got to see what our state's about and how people are. But so many people are going to be coming here over the next week that have never visited West Virginia. And I think when they see that, that is going to be a reason for them to say, hey, this might be a place to go check out. And then when you do, you guys are cutting taxes, you're cutting the income tax, you're becoming one of the most business-friendly states in the country. I can see a lot of people now saying, hey, maybe this is a spot for us, maybe this is a spot for our business, for our family, etc.
Well, John, you're exactly right. And there's an educational component to this that we have to let people know all the things that we've done. The fact is that the income tax has been cut substantially, and we want to continue to cut that income tax and bring it down. And here's why, John. We want to compete better with all the states that we touched. People make decisions about what they're doing based on competition, and as West Virginia continues to accelerate those income tax cuts, that's very positive. We're building out systems to cut red tape faster than any state around us, and obviously building out our energy resources in a way the state's never seen before. So there are a lot of positive things we're doing, but we should never forget the importance of the beauty of our state, and that natural beauty is unmatched in the states around us. We have incredible state parks, and we have a scenery that is unrivaled across the country. So I think that the more people come, they visit the state, the statistics say that they'll come back again and again, and also a certain percentage of those people will come to move to West Virginia, which is probably the single biggest challenge that we have here in West Virginia. We have to grow the population and the workforce, and that's why the things we're doing are focused in that area.
When you were involved in putting this together, I know you talked to President Trump over it, and you've talked to other people. What was the number one thing that you as governor said that you wanted people that saw that? What is the one thing you wanted them to think of when they went by it? By your exhibit?
Well, look, you want people to be interested in visiting the state, because when people travel across this, when they're in D.C. and they're looking, you want them to say, wow, I really didn't know that about West Virginia. And so having a driving simulator with country roads was particularly timely and, to be honest, John, lucky, because you saw what happened with the baseball team and when ESPN covered country roads, and then the soccer teams are singing country roads. We've heard there's over 150 million hits on country roads, which is just advertising that it's just stupendous, the amount of money how this benefits the state. So that's critical, because you have the paid advertising that's done. The legislature allocates money for that, and there's a good advertising campaign. But when you get that kind of free advertising with Pat McAfee, with ESPN, with the baseball team going on the run that it did, that's when things really start to sing, because I can't tell you how many people have come up to me saying, I never realized just how special West Virginia was, and the love that the citizens have for their sports teams. And when you have a chance to go to the games and you can talk about that, more people are interested in West Virginia. Well, that's what we need. We need more workers to move to West Virginia, and that's going to help lift our economy and our quality of life.
Are you going to be there this weekend, Governor?
So I'm going to be in different parts of West Virginia. We'll be out in the Eastern Panhandle. We'll be up in Blennerhassett Island, a lot of wonderful history there. We'll be up in Wheeling. We'll be in Clarksburg. We'll be down south. I was just in Logan County this past weekend for their Freedom Fest. And obviously we're going to be in Ripley and Charleston. So I'm going to try to get all across West Virginia and make sure we're celebrating in all of the 55 counties. Every part of West Virginia deserves to participate in this incredible celebration.
What was your reaction? And then I know you have to go. What was your reaction when soccer teams from other countries were singing Country Roads? What was your reaction to that?
You know, it actually reminded me of what happened about a year and a half ago when, if you remember, during the Super Bowl, when Rocket Mortgage did an ad and they were, I believe it was Country Roads, and people thought that it was a West Virginia tourism commercial. Every time someone hears that song, they think of our wonderful state. And so, to me, it just helps make our job much easier because tourism is such an important part of our state's economy. And when all the folks across the globe are recognizing that and through an amazing song, I think that's just terrific.
All right. Well, Governor, thank you for being with us. Thank you for being with our panel. You've got half your Republican legislative conference with us today. So I know you got to take off. I want to thank you for what you put together there. And again, the major attraction is that mobile Ferris wheel. That thing is so neat. So I want to thank you.
It is, because we're getting a lot of buzz in West Virginia. It's the world's largest mobile. When people are talking about West Virginia the way they are now, they're talking about country roads. They're actually thinking about coming to West Virginia. That is priceless. And so there are always going to be negative people that are saying, oh, you're doing this, you shouldn't do this. You know what? Those are not the people that have succeeded in the past. We're trying to drive our rankings up and move up 50, 49, up to 40, to 30, to 20, to 10. That's what we're doing. We're playing big to make sure that West Virginia is in a position to really showcase why it's so special.
Governor Patrick Morrisey, thanks for being with us today. Thanks for being with our panel. And we will talk soon. And I hope you and the First Lady have a great holiday 250 weekend.
Thanks so much, John. Thanks for having me on.
You got it, Governor Patrick Morrisey. All right, guys, let's jump in. The governor very excited about his display here, 2 blocks from where I live. So I can actually see it out the window. You can see the Ferris wheel, which is kind of neat, guys. But, I mean, look, you guys are making a splash. I mean, there's no question about it. I think your governor and those involved in this thing said, hey, here's an opportunity to really get us on the map. Obviously, you got the ads going in my metro station on the Red Line and in Farragut North. I can't go down there. I got a meeting today. I got to go down there. I see all your ads about the Panhandle. Go ahead and jump in. Gino, let's start with you, Delegate Gino Trelli. By the way, best wishes to your bride and congratulations again on your marriage, Gino. But all of a sudden, like, we're the talk of the country, right? People singing our song and all this stuff. What do you think's going on here, Gino?
I think that this is, well, first of all, thank you again for the congratulations. I appreciate it. I think that this is just a further reminder of the fact that West Virginia is an international presence, not just a national presence, but there is an international presence to West Virginia and the things that we've created over the years. You looked at the country roads being sang at the World Cup. I was in Italy for my honeymoon, and I told people there I was from West Virginia. Immediately, they know West Virginia. They know country roads. I was in Portugal last November, and they recognized West Virginia from Fallout 76, from a popular video game. Everything that we've done here as a culture, as a state, resounds with the rest of the world. I think that this is just, we're getting the chance to really show people what we are on a national stage. I've had friends that visited the exhibit in DC, said it was by far and away the best one there. It's really something to be proud of.
It really is. Let's get the delegate height. I mean, that thing is like, you go in there and the Ferris wheel first is the tallest thing. So, I mean, it just stands out, especially when it's going around. So that was I guess he said what it came available because Philadelphia didn't want it. Hey, by the way, Pennsylvania, the governor of Pennsylvania wouldn't even come. Like Pennsylvania, like they weren't coming because Trump's president, so they weren't even coming to visit the 250. They had nothing there, and then both the Republican Senator Dave McCormick and the so-called Democratic Senator Fetterman got together and they put an exhibit together by themselves. I mean, what, like, all of a sudden you go in there and you got all these states. West Virginia stands out. You guys have got to be like, wow, how'd that happen?
Yeah, I was surprised. There's several states that didn't show up and do anything, and they're all blue states, so it's no surprise there. But to go back to the celebration and the marketing of West Virginia, you have to go back and give a lot of credit to what I think is a superstar in West Virginia, and that is Secretary Chelsea Ruby, who has done amazing things. She's a holdover from the Justice Administration, and Governor Morrissey was smart enough to realize that she is a superstar, and to see all the things she's doing, as Gino said, internationally, and even here nationally. You can see it in DC right now. You can see it in Charleston right now. She gets it. She gets what it takes to promote West Virginia and to get interest in West Virginia, doing a fantastic job. And I cannot say enough about what she's doing. And I've also been around, different places in the world, all through Europe and even into South Africa. They all sing country roads everywhere in the world. So everybody knows West Virginia. And I think it was maybe the Manchin administration that was smart enough to buy the rights to that song a long time ago. And, it's paying off for us in the long run.
You guys need, let's bring in Chris Sanders here. You guys need to just get rid of that income tax, because once you get rid of it, I mean, it becomes a magnet. And I know you've reduced it, but like, if you're going to retire, like we live in Washington, D.C., right? So it's like, okay, eventually we're going to retire, even though I know you guys want me to stay on and you love me and all that stuff. But eventually, I got to retire. So it's like, well, where should we go? Well, Florida, there's no income tax. Tennessee, we own stations there. There's no income tax. I'm a Titans fan. That sounds like a good idea. West Virginia, right up the road, but you still got an income tax. So why bother? Why not go to the states without one? You guys got to get rid of that. You just got to figure it out, get rid of it, and get rid of, like, in Virginia, there's no tax, or they're trying to get no tax on I'm sorry. In a couple of states, there's no tax on veterans benefits, things of that nature. If you guys can get rid of that, I think it's going to turn the tide there.
Well, absolutely. I introduced legislation last year to just immediately get rid of the income tax. You see many states, whether it's Florida, Tennessee, and others, who maintain their budget without an income tax. And it's definitely a possibility, but we also have to cut government spending to get there as well, because you have to cut the spending to be able to have income tax relief. Now, we've done a lot of work. There's been a lot of change in West Virginia over the past about 10 to 12 years since Republicans have taken control after 80 some years of Democratic rule. One thing I want to go back to real quick, you mentioned that Democratic governors aren't attending the fair in Washington, D.C., and I kind of understand why, but let's talk about Independence Day. Americans rebelled against the British over taxes. They rebelled against the British over confiscation of military-grade firearms and against the violation of their privacy with the British general warrant. All of those things Democrats actually mostly support. They love taxes, they love gun control, and they don't like the Fourth Amendment either. So I can see why many of them might not want to come to a celebration of Americans rebelling against that type of tyranny.
I mean, why would you look, Mike Oliveri? I mean, give me a break, dude. I mean, this is the 250th anniversary. It's gorgeous. Trump has revitalized the city. Everybody knows where I stand on it. As a DC resident here, it's the safest, most beautiful city now. Urban area. He's done it in 18 months. And then you got these governors that don't want to participate. It's like, okay, the only one that had a legitimate reason, Senator Oliveri, was the governor of Washington, whoever it is, Washington State, who said, hey, it's too far. I just don't have the money in my budget. Like, I can't afford it. So, we'll send a candlestick, but we can't go. We don't have the money, right? Shapiro in Pennsylvania says, well, we're not going because we don't like Trump. And that's what several others said. Like, this is our birthday. I mean, how do these people how is a governor to do this? I don't understand these people.
This just creates an opportunity to really bring the country together, bring our people together. We had a local city council member here in our community where Gino and I live that spoke out against the expression life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. You have this wave of socialism, whatever's that's running through the country I hope never takes hold and never becomes anything more than isolated spots. But we should be celebrating this accomplishment. The freedoms that we have in America are unmatched anywhere in the world. The opportunities that exist here. I often think of the example of Arnold Schwarzenegger. Here was a guy that came from Austria, and when he arrives, he becomes the strongest man in the world in the United States because of his ability to train and develop himself here. He goes on, he develops this incredible acting career. He marries the nation's royalty. He marries into the Kennedy family. And then he becomes the governor of one of the biggest states in the country. What would Arnold Schwarzenegger be if he had stayed in Austria? Just the incredible opportunities that exist, even for just everyday people to pursue their hopes and dreams and what we have here in America. Where else in the world can you do that? And so I think it's certainly worth celebrating. I know many of us on this panel are going to be involved in 4th of July activities and things like that, showing our pride and our love for our country. And I hope others listening will participate when given an opportunity to be part of events.
When you go there, and I'll let anybody jump in here, but like I spent a lot of time there. Obviously, we own a bunch of radio stations. We go to a lot of the games. We've got we got the WVSN bus that you guys are on. So we spent a lot of time there, and it's such a gorgeous state. And every time I'm leaving, I cannot figure out why there is an exodus of people. Like every time I'm leaving, it's like, I wish I could stay here. And I can't figure out why you don't get more of an influx of people. Like everybody talks about the people going to Texas and Florida, and now Tennessee is right there, number 3. Let's get anybody jump in. Why can't we get? The people?
That. We've talked about this before on the show. Is the brain drain here in West Virginia? What's causing the brain drain? So I asked some younger professionals, what is it about West Virginia that is not enticing? Some of them say that it is the density of jobs in other locations, that they can go somewhere else in their field, and there are 50 to 100 different jobs with 20 or 30 different companies they can get. Where in West Virginia, you may be able to find one job in one company. So a lot of times it's the density when you're looking at the college graduates that are coming out of West Virginia and what they want to do here in West Virginia. So I think we need to find that niche type of industry and bring that to West Virginia. I would like to see it be aviation or aeronautics.
You know what's interesting? My general manager there in West Virginia, Michael Pasqua, we sent him to Philadelphia area about a month ago. We picked the Yankees up and the Capitals, and he's got to sell a bunch of ads there, as you guys are aware we do. Present company, all included. So, but he told me, he said he was shocked with the number of West Virginia University bumper stickers he saw on cars in the Bucks County area where our station is. And I'm like, what? And he says, yeah, a lot of people can't afford the Penn State or Pennsylvania colleges, so they go to West Virginia or they go in state, but then they get a job they go to Pennsylvania, they end up in the Philadelphia area. It's like, well, that's exactly what we're trying to stop. He said, yeah, you'd be shocked, John, of all these WVU bumper stickers I saw. Like, I almost fell off my chair. I thought I was in Pittsburgh and I'm in Philadelphia. That's the problem.
I think that's one of the things that West Virginia needs to think about in the long run is because of our physical state, because of the geography, we don't have a ton of opportunities to reshape the battlefield. We have to really lean into our strengths. Like Senator Oliverio and I know very well that Monongalia County is growing. We have people that come here and move here because of WVU, because of WVU Medicine and Vandalia, because of our flagship hospitals, because of the energy sector that's growing. Senator Oliverio and I have a 1,200 megawatt power plant that's coming right in our backyard. So we have to play to our strengths in ways that make sense because we don't have the same flat land opportunity available as well. So, and when it comes to brain drain, this is one of the things that I'm excited to talk about next year with a bunch of the incoming legislators, because we have almost 10 legislators that are coming in that are 35 years old or younger. And I'm really excited to work with them, come up with some initiatives moving forward to really keep young people in our state, to keep the state growing.
Chris Anders, what difference is that going to make, all these younger people coming in, really?
Well, I mean, fresh blood always brings in fresh ideas. That's always a wonderful thing. And it's good to see so many young people actually taking personal responsibility and running for office and working to make West Virginia all it could be. A lot of what's happening in West Virginia is something we've been fighting for a very long time, and that is because of the huge bureaucracy the Democrats created when they ruled over West Virginia for 80-some years. We need to be bold and start slashing those regulations. It's not government's job to pick winners and losers. It's government's job to get out of the way and let the free market work, and we need to be far more aggressive. We've come a long way, but we need to get more aggressive on that to allow the free market itself to establish itself better in West Virginia, and that would create more opportunities for our young people.
Who are you fighting to get rid of the bureaucracy? What's holding up you guys just cutting it out or slashing it? What's the holdup?
Well, I mean, there's always the theory of, well, it's always been done this way in West Virginia, so we'll continue this. And let's be frank about something. The largest employer in the state of West Virginia is the government. If you add together the counties, you add together the state, you add together federal workers, and that's not good. That is absolutely, government doesn't create anything. It only restrains freedom and restrains economic growth. So we have to really work aggressively. I know the governor's worked hard to start to consolidate agencies because for some reason our state, the Democrats were just piecing different organizations together and different groups and started to just constantly growing government to give jobs to their friends. And that's the last thing we should be doing. So we need to really take a real hard look at everything government does and just start slashing away with a blowtorch.
Listen, anybody want to comment on that?
You know, one thing you've mentioned, John, is the repeal of the personal income tax. And to be honest, we're chipping away at that. You know, we eliminated the personal income tax for all Social Security benefits. So that retiree that's thinking about coming to West Virginia, now we've done that. Their Social Security benefits will not have West Virginia personal income tax. And we've eliminated about a third of the personal income tax on those that are working. And understand, there is only one state in the United States of America that has ever eliminated their personal income tax. And that was Alaska. These other states that we often talk about that don't have personal income tax, they never had it. So they always had a structure of consumer sales tax and property taxes and other things to compensate for that. So what we're doing, I think, is really significant in terms of the progress we've made. And then, of course, balancing that with meeting all the rest of the needs of your government, whether it's roads or education or whatever the case is. One just budget update. Today is the last day of our fiscal year in West Virginia. We run July 1 to June 30th. And we are looking at about a $350 million surplus for this fiscal year. And we're going to pour $125 million of that starting in August into road maintenance, which is really one of our constant concerns of our constituents. They're always asking us please put more money into maintaining our roads. We're even going to have some money for neighborhood access to roads. So if somebody builds a housing development and you got to get to the housing development, the state's going to help with some of that. So a lot of good things happening. A surplus is always a great thing. You get to the end of the year and you're not up against it. Instead, you have some dollars to do some additional things. So I think that just underscores we're in a good place. And like Chris said, we're trying to get to that spot where we can eliminate more of the income tax.
Mike, how'd you get the $350 and how much is in your rainy day fund? Like, how'd you get there?
Oh, our rainy day fund is well over $1 billion, and it's just something that we've put money into over and over again. When we decided to chip away at the PIT, we set even more money aside in the rainy day fund to make sure that we could do it and do it responsibly. And Senator Oliverio is correct. We are chipping away at it. We have triggers in place every year that we are showing growth in our economy. The triggers will kick in and will reduce our personal income tax even further. And I think eventually, especially with the data centers that are coming online, that the PIT will be gone in the next 10 to 15 years.
For our audience that doesn't know what PIT is, personal income tax, right?
Yeah, personal income tax.
Yeah, personal income tax. It like goes into PIT, right? Personal income tax, yeah. But. I'm going to get to Gino here. Gino, when Morrissey came in, when Patrick Morrissey came in, he was there about a month. I had him on my show because I backed him for governor. He's a friend of mine. Obviously, you could tell that by our convo. And he said, look, Jim Justice said there's a surplus here. There's not. This thing is running a deficit. Then I went to Larry Pack, and he's like, well, depends on certain things, how you look at the numbers. But Morrissey said there was a deficit when he got in and that Justice's numbers were not accurate. That's what he said. And now you guys got $1 billion. Like, how'd you go from a deficit to $1 billion in the rainy day fund? Like how'd that work?
That was quite the stir when Governor Morrissey was talking about the purported deficit or not. Whether or not there was actually a deficit, it doesn't seem like that to me. You're not talking to somebody that's on the finance committee, so I'm not entrenched in the numbers the way some of my other friends are, but it doesn't seem like there was as much of a structural deficit as we have been led to believe. I guess it's a matter of perspective, but I also don't think that we would have been able to do the largest tax cut in West Virginia state history under Governor Justice if that really was the case.
Anybody want to weigh in on that?
Yeah, I think a couple of things at play.
Mike Oliveri, by the way, for those on the radio, that's
Oliverio. It ends with an O.
Oliverio. I'm sorry.
I'm a stickler for Italian last names. All right,
I got it. Oliverio. It's right on my whiteboard, and I forgot. Oliverio.
Yeah, Oliverio. We have made an effort to build a rainy day fund. And as Delegate Height said, we're in excess of $1 billion, almost approaching $1.5 billion now in the rainy day fund. We've got over $400 million in a reserve personal income tax refund account. If as we're cutting personal income tax, we cut too much, we've got a reserve there. So we're really about $2 billion in rainy day surplus extra funds. And what that does for us is, any state government borrows a lot of money. So your bonds, you can borrow at lower interest rates. It gives you, the financial security going forward. So our financial house is dramatically improving each year. I think when Governor Morrissey came in, he was a little bit afraid of the Hope Scholarship commitments and some of the Medicaid commitments and some of the COVID dollars going away. And I think he was right to say, hey, there might be some difficult financial challenges ahead. But we have worked through that, at least in my mind. Is there need for additional dollars in highways and public education and corrections? Always. You can always do more to help improve those things that are important like that, healthcare. But our financial house is in pretty good shape, particularly when you look at our long-term obligations Our pensions have come so far in the last 30, 40 years. Any business that's thinking about relocating to California, they should ask what the state's financial obligations look like, and then they should understand that they're the new meat coming in that's going to be chopped up to pay for that. Whereas somebody coming into West Virginia, we're able to look at them and say, our public employees retirement system is 101% funded. Our teachers' retirement system is 86% funded. You come here, you're not on the hook to fix a bunch of broken problems. You come here, we're a state that's pretty stable. Your workers' comp premiums are going to be the fourth best in the country. Our bond rating is pretty strong. So our financial house is in pretty good shape. What we need desperately, and if you're listening somewhere out there, we need bright young people to move to our state. We need them to have babies, and we need to grow our population so that collectively we can do a better job of serving the needs of the older folks who have been here forever and deserve to be treated with dignity and respect.
Well, those three criteria, Senator Mike Oliverio, you just laid out, eliminate my wife and I. We don't fit any of those categories, so I guess we can't come. But it's interesting because when we had this discussion about the structural deficit, I remember getting your treasurer, Larry Pack, on. And so I just asked him, I'm like, Morrissey says there's a deficit. Justice says he left with a surplus. Pack said the same thing. He said there's not a cash deficit. Like we have the cash. What the governor is talking about is potential deficits going forward of money that we're depending on that is no longer coming. But you guys got that straightened out in, I don't know, one session. So you guys have done a good job there. I don't think you guys get enough credit for what you've done.
I don't know if the governor took into account that we have natural growth in our economy of 150 million a year on average. And that $400 million structural deficit was over a few years. I mean, it was still a 6-year projection. So I don't know that he took all of that into effect, but you can see that it wasn't real because the following session, the governor's coming in and asking for a 10% PIT tax cut and a 3% raise for teachers. So if we have money to do those, then there's really not a structural deficit that we can't handle. So I think that was a cautionary tale that he was telling in his first session, saying, there are things we need to take care of. And if we don't, there could be a deficit. I don't think the legislature was ever worried about that, and we knew we could handle it.
Well, it got under Senator Jim Justice's skin. I can tell you that for a fact.
Sure.
He was kind of aggravated by the whole thing. And let's get to politics, guys. Oh man, this is gonna be fun. But before we do that, this segment is brought to you by my good friend Barry Draper and the Mountaineer Healthcare. Mountaineer Healthcare from the Smart Health Company. This is a really good opportunity. It's helping families, individuals, and businesses get quality healthcare coverage, but they don't get destroyed financially. Now you get complete and comprehensive coverage. Get this, you get hospitalization, surgery, critical illness protection. You also get access to a nationwide PPO network for $15. Copay, good deal. Now you say if you need quick care, no problem. Unlimited free telemedicine, that's included in the plan. Prescriptions, they have a tiered program for that. They'll cover that. So whether you need an individual plan for yourself or group coverage for your company, Mountaineer Healthcare has flexible options designed to save you some serious money. Here's the kicker. Unsubsidized health plan compared to Mountaineer Health Plan, you can save up to 40%. That's a lot of money. That's real savings for real working Americans in West Virginia, in Philadelphia, in Pittsburgh, in Pennsylvania. Check it out. Go to mountaineerhealthplan.com. That's mountaineerhealthplan.com. More information or call 833-752-6742. Call now. Get a quote, 833-752-6742. All right, guys, let's get to politics. You've got 26 coming up, November. I'm trying to get a Republican sweep. Any shot we could. I don't want to see any Democrats here. I want to get them all out. Who can we beat?
Who can we beat? Well, we're thankfully this is something that our Republican chairman, Josh Holstein, is following very, very closely. I don't have enough good things to say about Chairman Holstein. He is the youngest state party chair in the country, I believe, in this country's history. It has been a remarkable pleasure getting to serve with him over the last couple of years. Few have a mind for politics the way that he does. So he is very closely attuned to what is going on, and he's very aware that large portions of West Virginia are Republican strongholds. They're not in any danger. Like I think Pelosi said it about AOC's seat at one point. It's kind of like it here. You could run cups of water in a number of these districts with an R next to their name, and they're going to win. That's how Republican that they are. As far as actual general election competitiveness, Senator Oliverio has a competitive election. He must win. I myself in Monongalia County, because it's close to Morgantown, because it's close to the university, not a seat that I can take for granted. I have to be on the game at all point. Delegate Anders has a potentially competitive race coming up here in November. There's another one in the Panhandle, the 100th district with Delegate Ridenauer is one that we're closely watching. We have to make sure that we don't rest on our laurels here and become complacent, because even in West Virginia, there are still seats that we have to make sure we're secure. And you have 3 seats right here that are pretty good. I know Delegate Height has an election coming up as well, but we're pretty confident in him.
Height's way ahead. He's going to win that easy. But let's get to the Senator Oliverio seat. They're gunning for you, Senator. They're gunning for you. How are you going to win this race?
Oh, we're working hard. It's it is a blue district with a Republican senator. I won last time by 150 votes in a district of 110,000 people. So it's a difficult district. My campaign consultant told me all I needed to do was hit a drive about 200 yards down through the fairway within a door frame. That was the width I had, the margin of error, and that was the joke during the campaign. And so we'll try to do that again. I really welcome the support of those listening here in North Central West Virginia. For me, it's been an honor of a lifetime to be able to represent the community in which I was born in Fairmont and raised in Morgantown. Been an honor of a lifetime to be able to be their senator. I'm now the longest serving member of the state Senate and bring a lot of experience to the process. I love mentoring the younger members and new members to the Senate. We now have 2 members of the state Senate who were born after I was first elected to the Senate. So that's kind of a neat thing. But I work hard at it every day. I mean, I think people who focus on a campaign for a few months before the election are rather short-sighted. I mean, I approach every day of the calendar as to what kinds of things I can do to serve the Lord, serve my family, take care of my business, and develop things for my constituents. So I really work at it year-round.
Well, look, remember my offer. Anytime you need my help, need me to MC an event, lead a fundraiser, get bus out, anything you need, I'll go out there and help. I think your re-election is one of the key areas. You represent me as my state senator for the businesses we own in your county. So we want you to win. I'll do anything I can to help. I didn't realize that you had a competitive race, Chris.
Absolutely. My race is very competitive. I won by about 8 points and 8 percentage points in 2024. But if you look nationally, Democrats are picking up 6 to 7 points now in elections. So pretty much I'm in a toss-up race. And it basically boils down to this. Republicans need to get out and vote. Just because there's a Republican in the White House does not mean that you can just sit back on your laurels and not get to the polls. It's vital, because who your state representative is actually matters more than who's in the White House in your day-to-day life. So getting those Republicans to the polls is going to be vital. We saw in the primaries, Democrats showed up in overwhelming numbers in the primaries and Republicans did not. So we really have to go out and do that. And one thing we could do, we talked briefly about the fact that our state has such a big surplus. Well, that's surplus of taxpayer dollars. It's their money to start off with. Instead of using it for other things, in my humble opinion, we should send that money back to the people who earned it. because they could really use it.
Or just get rid of the income tax.
Oh, absolutely.
If you're going to get people to come in, like, I don't know what your percentage income tax is. All I know is in Florida, it's 0. So I don't know what your percent is. I know in Virginia, when I lived there, it was like 6.5%. It's ridiculous. Where I live now, except for the one big, beautiful bill, which we're fighting over here, there's a lawsuit going on because it shouldn't be anything. But it's normally 8%. So it's 8%. That's like crazy, right? It's one of the highest in the nation. Second only, I think, New Jersey and New York. But I don't know what your income tax percentage. I know that Tennessee is
top, John.
From 0 is 0.
Our top rate was 6.5, and we've cut about a third of that off. So it gives you some sense of where we are now.
The 1/3, that's about
a little over 4 now.
So now
a
you're
little
about
over
4.5.
Our top rate, yeah.
Right. You guys got to get to, if you're to 0, that's like, remember Perot said you're going to see this sucking sound when we do NAFTA. By the way, was 100% correct.
He was right.
He was right. And I was one of like 2 Republicans opposed to that in the country, right? It was me and Pat Buchanan. That was it. But you heard that sucking sound. You guys can have the opposite if you get rid of that income tax and just promote it. And then you're going to have so much money coming in, you're going to get sales tax and all that. It's almost like you got to put the cart ahead of the horse.
Oh, absolutely.
And I've said this.
Absolutely. And I've said this before. We're celebrating the 250th anniversary of the founding of our great republic, right? And one of the reasons they rebelled was a 3% tax on a breakfast beverage that was not coffee, okay? And if they're rebelling over a 3% tax on tea, but yet most West Virginians give 20, 30% of their gross income to government, something's gone really wrong. So we need to get rid of the income tax. We need to look at every tax and slash it to try to get that money back into the pockets of the people that earned it. And the way you do that is you have to start cutting the budget. One of the things you talked about, the amount of cost that states have to pay for Medicaid and Medicare, I'm all for, and I actually put in legislation, roll back the Obamacare expansion in West Virginia. Okay, let's get rid of socialized medicine. That's a huge drain on the state economy.
Well, let's talk politics a minute. We've only got how much time? 3 minutes? So, I hate to bring this up, guys, but somebody told me yesterday, and I know we covered this before, but somebody told me that is very well positioned, that Justice has already made a decision to come back and run for governor. Like, that decision's made. He hates it there. Dog hates it. He's out. And he's going to come back in 28. And I think it's 2028, right? He's going to challenge Patrick in a primary. And apparently they did polling numbers, and I think he's very well positioned. I mean, what is that going to do to the whole, can you imagine that? Like, Justice comes in and now Patrick Morrissey's in a primary, and that all the money that Justice has to spend, I guess he still has some, even though the Greenbrier's going belly up, I've heard. But what are you guys' reaction to this?
Well, go ahead.
That's a rumor that's been going around for a while. The degree of certainty changes at certain points. It doesn't seem like the rumor's going away, but I will say something to keep an eye on as a Republican voter here, something to just think about in general is when Patrick Morrissey won his primary in 2024, he was in a 4-way contested primary and won with about 33, 34-ish%. So if it was straight ticket, if it was just one-on-one between Jim Justice and Patrick Morrissey, Patrick's going to have to work really, really hard because Jim Justice is an institution in West Virginia, whether we like him or not.
He'd be in the 2-man race. Look, I love Patrick. He'd be the favorite. I just got to be honest. He's got to be the favorite. Whatever it is that Justice does, and the fact that his companies are going under, it's like look at West Virginia. All the people have been through all kinds of stuff there. It just doesn't matter to them. It's like my saying, "Hi, I'm Jim Justice. I'm like you. I'm getting repoed too." That's going to be a saying. I don't see how this thing goes. Make a prediction, Anders.
Andrew, there will be, well, the best prediction I can make, it will be the new season of House of Cards will happen in West Virginia in 2028. Okay, it's going to be very interesting because think about how the cookie will start to crumble, and so there will be a lot of people lining up, trying to get support. My thing is, let's just keep cutting government. Let's keep having a conservative government, and let's be really bold.
Oliverio, you got to weigh in on this. What happened, Senator?
Justice will run for governor in 2028.
See, now you guys have come a long way from like 2 sessions ago when the only person that said he was going to run was Height. Now you've all come on my team. I'm just, I talked to a lot of people. He's going to run, and he's going to run. I don't know if Patrick can beat him. He's going to run. So be nice to him. The governor. Send him a card. Talk about his dog or something. You all be nice to Senator Justice. He's coming back.
John, I'll say hello to Senator Justice for you. I'm at a 3:00 event with him this afternoon, honoring military veterans, and I'm at a 5:00 dinner with him this evening.
Tell him Frederick says he knows he's going to run for governor and win. Tell him that. Hey, guys, thank you for being with us. This is my most fun show, guys. You guys are the best. Thanks for being with us. When it's my kite had to bounce early. Want to thank Delegate Gino Chiarelli from Morgantown. Want to thank Delegate Chris Anders. Says he's in a competitive race, but he's not. But okay, I get it. And I also want to thank my senator, Senator Mike Oliverio, who I'm going to come and campaign for.
Thank you. Thank you. We saw you in the White House press room this week. Pretty impressive.
How'd I do?
You did great.
I come out and campaign for Gino and Oliverio. It's like the Italian get together. We can play bocce ball out in the back.
Yes. North Central, that's the place to do it. North Central West Virginia, come on down the Italian corridor.
The Italian corridor, baby. Let's go. I'm half Italian, so I'll fit in. Other half.
We'll see you here.
We'll see you guys. I got to go. I got to get off the air. Hey, I enjoyed it. Thank you. Patrick.